Yeah,
Come on.
up there.
Yeah.
Okay, call to order the Aransas County Appraisal Review Board. It is August the 12th at 8:22.
I've got 8:27 on my tablet.
You have 8:27? Yeah, 8:27. You have a quorum?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do.
We have a quorum. We're open for protests. Go ahead. Go ahead. It's Stan.
Yeah, he should be covered.
Okay.
It's just-
344.
Our first case number is 344. Yes. Check to see who all signed the affidavit. I just realized.
It's like Philip Peters.
They both signed, Philip
Okay, good.
and Dawn.
I think they are both their names are listed, so I think they will both.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning. This is Charlie Powers of the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
Very
Doing
good.
pretty good. How are you?
Okay. We have some administrivia that we need to plow through before we get to the meat of the matter. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions toward the end. We're opening the hearing on case 344, account 33692. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q2 equity value.
Okay. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. This will come in a letter via snail mail after the hearing. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all the evidence you want to use?
I believe so, and this is the first time we did this, so I believe that's the evidence. I mean, there's some wording that I'm gonna
Oh, yeah.
present.
Oh,
but-
yeah, sure.
But just,
Physical written material or pictures have all been submitted, right?
yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do
Yes.
solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
I, Bill Dutt, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. And Mr. and Ms. Phillips, I am assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as you signed the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I am obligated to ask you both if you have a Texas appraiser's license.
No, no, we do not.
Nope.
Okay. Do you have access to the procedures page? It was a document, one page that was
Yes.
in your package.
Yes, we have it. It's a hearing page. It tells you about how many minutes.
Yes,
Cross-ref.
exactly. Perfect. You get to choose. There's two major columns there. You can see you get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first. Which would you like to do?
You know what would, I didn't know what would be best. I guess it doesn't matter because it's the first I've been through this, and information is information if it's before or after, you know.
Well, the
So
governor
it
says,
shouldn't really matter. I'll just go with us first because,
okay, you have 5 minutes.
okay. So we start to proceed right now. Is that what you're mentioning?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, what I presented you two forms. And it's in regards to the properties that I've had information to research this with. And the only thing I could compare these to my property with other properties is the Aransas County Appraisal District's property search. You know, the CAD on the internet. That's the only information I could find to compare my property to other properties in town. I did request from 3 different county offices if there's any data about the sales of properties. And a lot of other counties in the country have data. Well, Aransas County doesn't have a sales data at the Title Bureau, the Deed Bureau, or the Appraisal Office. Any of them 3 offices all declined to give me any information of what's the sales of the properties in the area in the last 2 to 3 years. So I didn't have that information, and to go knock at everybody's door is quite, I only had 2 weeks to put this together. And so what I did is I went through and I looked at the properties I gave you. I gave you 17 properties, and I gave you the property ID number. I gave you, to the best of my knowledge, is if they're in the city or the county, if they have sewer or not. And I gave you what the land value of the property of the 2020 value that the appraiser gave them, which I think these are all way higher value than what they really should be. And then I wrote the size of the lot. And my lot, I have 3 lots. They're 50 by 128, and these are very compatible. There's all 3 lots. Some of them have 6 lots. So I split the cost of what it was in half, the value of it, to make it compatible with mine. And there was one that had 2 lots. And I just wanted to compare that one to show he's got it way over the value. He had it at 54,000 and only sold for 40,000. And that was just sold last year. That's the only one I could get any information, what the cost, the actual cost of the sale in the area. I talked to the owner, and that's what they told me. But if you take, what I did is I took all 17 of these lots and I added it all up and then divided by 17. And that's where I come up with $36,292.17. That's the average value of these 17 properties that have 3 lots. That's what my value should be. And then that's escalated. And I'm going to get to that with the information that I just received last night. You mailed me a what was it called? Yesterday. The information that the appraisal used to increase my property. And he sent me the values of homes compatible, what he's using comparing to raise my value. And he mailed that the 5th. I received it the 9th, and I have a mail service up in South Dakota. I had a chance of having it mailed to me, which takes 3 to 5 days. I couldn't do that. And then I have option to scan it. What cost me money to do that? Well, I did that. And it's a 2-day process for them to do that. So I received the information, that information last night at 10 o'clock. So I'm gonna abut what the information they said, because the data that he's sending me is not right. I'm gonna put that in my 2 minutes. 2 minutes, I don't know if it's gonna be enough, but that's all you give me. And then, the values of these properties that I gave you, if they're in the city, they have better sewers. They have sewer system, which is worth at least $10,000 for a septic tank per. If you don't have sewer, you have to have some type of sewage, and a septic tank costs $10,000. So that should be my property should be $10,000 less than any of these with sewer. Garbage collection it's about $400 to $500 a year. So that should be deducted from the values of my property. And last year I met with the appraiser, and I had no time to do any research.
Okay.
And I met him out in front of the house. He called me.
Philip, I gotta stop you there. You'll have more time later, but your 5 minutes are up. Like I say, you'll have more time to speak later. So Amy, you've got 2 minutes for cross-examine, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, so the count is 33692. Last year it was certified at $64,000 even. This year was noticed at $84,580. This is a mostly vacant lot, but it has a roof over for an RV. It's on our card as a carport. The sales that were used as this is in what's called the donut. This is North Central Rockport. It's at the
Can you sit closer to the speaker or microphone?
This property is in what's called the donut. This is an area inside the city of Rockport that is not in the city of Rockport. It's at the dead end of Terry Street.
It's in accounting. That's all you need to say. Yep.
Yep.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
the sales that we used are properties from this neighborhood, which is Smith and Wood Central, which is what we've kind of nicknamed it. The sales that we use are just land sales, because there's a carport on here, but the primary value of this property is going to be in the land. The year-over-year change was in the land. The why was the land table changed in this area? Well, here's 4 sales. One's on North Hood, one's on North Dowdy, one's on North Ann, one's on North Dowdy. And if you look at the line that says adjusted sale per square foot, you can see they're selling for $427 a foot, $482 a foot, $469 a foot, and $537 a foot. So there's not even a whole lot of range there. The subject is noticed at $3.60 a foot. Part of the reason these things sell well, if you look at comp 3, it is in the city, but the other 3 are not. In fact, the one that sold highest per foot is not in the city. It's because you can't put a mobile home in the city. You can't even park an RV as freely as you can in the county. So this area is kind of, you get the benefits of living in the city of Rockport without the restrictions of living in the city of Rockport. Also, like trash service and stuff, it's not free. You have to pay for it. So if you're out of town a lot, it's not really going to be worth it. Also, I just wanted to let you know that nobody's stonewalling you. In the state of Texas, the law here is this is a non-disclosure state. There's only a few non-disclosure states. We're one of like 2 that have both ad valorem property taxes and non-disclosure laws, which is really kind of weird. People's property is taxed according to its market value, but buyers and sellers are not compelled to give us that number. They're not required to tell anybody what their sale price was. So the reason the other offices don't have any sales data is because they're literally not allowed to compel the property owners to give it to them. In fact, they don't even give that number for permits anymore. So that's just how it works. Our data does come, like you said, from sending out letters. We mail letters to every single property that transact. We mail letters to the buyer and to the seller. We talk to brokers. We actually ask people directly. We get people talking to us. It is a lot of work to collect the sales data. So I commiserate with you on that. On an equity basis, your property is on a land table. So all the property there on North Terry Street is just on a land table that may have adjustments for things like economy of size, or if there is some portion of a lot that's underwater, but the entire area is on the same price per square foot. And when your land value changes, everybody's land value changes. We change land values according to the labeled table, which in this case is going to be a Terry Street land table probably. And then the sales ratio report is for every real estate transaction in North Central Rockport, which is this general area, the donut, as I said. We're at 98%, 98.5% weighted mean and 1.02 average mean of what these things are actually being bought and sold for. So the only reason your value changed is because your land value is going up. Land values in this county are just increasing. And I'm sorry you didn't get, the mail takes a long time. Not much I can do about that.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Philip, then you have 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay. Well, I've got an easement on the property also, and it's a 30-foot easement, and it goes between two of the lots. I own 3 lots. The easement takes up, I think there should be adjustment, and it's a substantial, I can't build on the property. I think there should be a 30% deduction. I got, last year, he said he'd offer me 10%. And I was on the scramble. I said, sure, it should be 50%, because I can only build on about 60% of my property, the 3 total lots, because it runs down between the lot line of 2 of the lots. Yeah, and I think it should be deducted. I should get a 30% deduction. The appraisals that he sent me, if you look at page, where's that information? Check.
Utility pole shows kind of at the back of the lot.
Page 7 of 18, there's a lot, it's called East Sanibel Street, 213. He has it appraised at 178,000 or 205,000. He said it's worth,
I think so.
that property had a house built on it at that time. And the value of the property, he's comparing it to mine. That property is only worth $11,520. And another property that he put on page 7 of 18, I only had 2 of these properties a chance to research this morning. And that it is 310 East Nepal. And the home value is $20,000. In 2020, there was a house built and the property value was at $11,520. He's using that property to compare against mine. And the house is what's got the appraisal up so high. He's got it appraised, I think this one is at $205,000. And the property is only worth $11,000. The house was what raised the value of that property up. It shouldn't even be compared in his state in the letter that he sent. I would like to have a chance to go through his 18 pages of data that he shot at me, that he's raising my property up, comparing to apples to apples. I haven't had a chance to do that.
Mr. Phillips, are you looking at the sales ratio report?
Yes, I guess.
Oh, okay. He hasn't, the district hasn't used that information as comparables.
And that's what I'm debating. I'm rebutting.
Okay, go
because
ahead.
it isn't.
So
Let him talk.
All these properties that you say my property value has went up. If you look in 2014, my property was worth $2,800. Now, as of last year, in 2020, it was $64,000. You tell me a property in this country that is, the value has jumped that much in 6 years. It's impossible. And you have to agree with that. I had a meeting with him, or I talked to him, and he told me that my value was, I think this was in 2015. We talked about what because I contacted him and I told him my property, what I paid for it. And he agreed, that we both agreed that that's what that property was worth in 2015. And to escalate it to what it is now, there's no way this property is worth what he's saying it is, in my eyes. And what else could I complain? I mean, I had to put this together this morning. You got the picture of I received the mail, and yeah, and the snail mail is not, it takes 3 days or 4 days to get to me. This data that he sent me,
Okay,
it's only 6 or 7 days to get to me. That is not snail mail. That's abuse of my.
Well, that's not our responsibility. Philip, I gotta stop you here.
Yeah, my 2 minutes is up. You
You
hear where I'm at.
Yeah,
the first thing I'll let you know is the sales ratio report is not gonna be all comparable properties to yours. They're just properties near yours. We're doing a single mass appraisal of Aransas County. It's different than doing a fee appraisal of just your house. We're appraising the entire county and we have to model the whole market. Your house is included in that, or your land or your business or whatever it is. That report is intended to show, is the work that we're doing accurately reflected in the marketplace? That's all that's meant to represent. They're not supposed to be houses that are like yours. They're just, or land that's like yours. It's just stuff that's nearby. So just so you know, they're not comps to your house. The second thing is, you asked what land has changed in value like that. Your land value, you're right, was on our roll 8 years ago for $2,800. It had been that since like 2004, 2005. That is possible that you could have bought that for $2,500 when I was in high school, which was 2004. I knew people who did. You buy it for $2,000, you put a trailer on it, and you could live there for under $50,000 all in. Well, now those lots are $50,000 lots. So if you're looking for a place where property values increase that much, you found it. There's people who bought stuff for $20,000 that sold it for $250,000 in the last year. So property values are, I mean, here in Aransas County, property values here, land value has skyrocketed, especially since the hurricane, but because of a collusion of factors, land value, our county's 52% water. So there's not a bunch of land to go around. And this land that had been kind of disregarded previously, people are paying for it now.
okay. So we'll go to closing. Philip, you have 1 minute for closing. Any final thoughts?
There's one property number 48738. It's 3 lots. It's in the hood area. The hood area is where I live. And that's where our property is. It isn't down on the river or out on the lake or on the ocean. It's in the hood area, and you know what the hood area is. It lowers the value somewhat anyway. But that property is city owned. And last year they had it appraised. That's 3 lots. It's in the county, no sewers. They had that appraised at $21,000. Why was mine at $64,000 last year? And the city property that they took it in as back taxes is only rated at $21,000. So that's enough excuse for me to get mine dropped to $29,000 or whatever I had it. And then my 30% depreciation for the easement, and you do any research on the internet, and an easement, electric easement overhead is the most damaging to a property versus underground, because I can't build on it.
Okay,
I can't put any structure.
gotta stop you
You
there.
know what it does. You know what it does. I don't need a skin for it.
Okay, gotta stop you there. Eamon, you got 1 minute to close?
No, I don't have any close.
Okay. So now it's our time to,
What was the property out here on that list?
48728.
set in the same land table? Something,
There's a very good comment of his, 47753.
It's on a different land table.
okay.
But why?
It's on a Stanley land table and has a 25% no access.
Okay.
Okay.
and Does it have no access?
It does have no access. It's in the
Okay.
middle of, it's here.
Oh, God.
This is,
So-
let me back
so
it
the
up a little
reason-
bit. Here, let me show you all that you can see. It's,
Oh,
sorry, it's in the
okay.
woods.
Yeah.
You can flip it, sorry, I didn't know.
What is he doing in there? Can I ask you? what-
We're looking at your comps, at the ones you were pointing out. We're trying to see where they are, what they are.
So specifically, we're looking at 48738, and looking at a Google Earth shot of it, that particular piece of property is on a different land table and it has a 25% discount because it has no road access. So that's not really comparable to yours.
You look at this, you can see on his. See the
There's
easement
access
here,
down in front of it. They have access to it.
and I don't know what
Whatever,
the
man.
impact of this section is because of that easement, you know, the power lines.
It's got, it still has the 90%.
Yeah, he's already got a 10% deduction for the easement.
The,
Which is nothing compared to what I can do.
yeah, that's the question, because if, you know,
Is that
What
truly
can you
a
do?
build area?
Yeah, so with easements, there's a bunch of stuff going on. One, if the easement is providing nothing to the property owner, that's different. But if the easement is part of electrical infrastructure, it's probably better for people to allow easements and have electricity than to the woods. The second thing is, if there's, say, a 15-foot strip of land that reduces the buildable area of your property by 15%, you're not gonna build a house on 100% of your land. So you're not, it's like, yeah, you can't put a house there, but would anyone put a house there, right there? Part of the negotiation of acquiring an easement is, hey, we'll put this in your side yard. You know, the house is gonna be more centrally located anyway. But the easement, this is the third thing, is for us, if the easement stretches across multiple properties, that easement is gonna be factored into the calculation per foot for the land table. And so basically everything on, if there's a power line running on the back of every property on Ann Street, every property on Ann Street has an easement or a utility easement.
and I can understand if it's in the back.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
This truly does go across and basically, you know, close to, you know, 25 to 30%
Mhm.
of the back part of the property is beyond the easement. So, you know, granted, he can't build there, and,
Well, he's got a big carport there.
you know, not on the back side of where the
Back
easement
half.
is.
That's okay, yeah.
So I don't know if you can't see it on your picture, but
Yeah. This back here.
yeah, you
Yeah.
can see it here, right?
Mhm.
So there's the
Almost-
easement.
almost half
This
my
whole
property I
area
can't
is
build on.
What's
Right.
questionable. So the power line runs here, and this whole section.
You take the value of them lots, they ain't worth nothing. You can't build on them.
Right, that's like a whole
If I lose the split.
Yeah,
He's got
he
the-
does, he has an
he-
easement,
he-
it's a dead end of a road. I mean, if we look at the sales comps
There's 3 lots, basically.
and we look at his
Use
value,
of 2.
his value
Tax on 3.
85,000 and the sales comps is 91,900. So we're pretty close to full market value on this thing, and this isn't. This is not an average
Wait.
property for the neighborhood. You know what I mean? It's at a dead end of the street. So, would I pay 85 for it? No, I wouldn't.
There you
10% on the easement.
go. I go 30. 30.
20, or
I'm 30.
total of 30.
Total
Okay.
of 30.
Okay.
Okay.
So what is that number, Jackie?
I mean, do I change the
Okay,
account or
you
you
got
just
it.
want to figure out the number?
It doesn't matter. We'll figure out the number. We're here to do this. We put a note next.
So there's already 10%, so just take 20% of 840. 84,580.
Would it only be for the land, though?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're right. Sorry.
I agree to.
$70,750.
no,
That's 30%.
no,
Yeah, like you
it's
said,
not.
the septic.
Oh, and I took 80% off of the already 10%.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
let's work on the gross value, 76,800. Times
It's 84.
Yes. 84,580 right now.
Okay, that's already at 10%.
Yeah, that's completely 10% off.
You didn't take into consideration, I don't have sewers.
Yeah,
Nobody has sewers out there. It's you have to have a septic.
Oh, yes,
system.
they do. Oh, yes, they do. Within 2 blocks of me, I do.
Yeah, because you're within 2 blocks of the city.
53. So
He
this
does have a
is-
septic.
Yeah,
This city makes it.
yeah, yes.
We got to.
You do have septic.
Value less than what mine
That's a good
is. out of
question.
the country.
Do you actually have a septic system there though?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
So according to my calculation,
All of them, if it improves.
1920.
And it's $10,000.
Because there's no neighborhood adjust, oh, there is a neighborhood adjustment. No, but that's just on the improvements.
You get 68, 682.
Yeah, close. I got 69,220, but 6880, that's fine.
What's the number?
68, 680. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-344. Account number 33692, when considering Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value of this property from 84,580 down to 68,680.
Second.
All in favor?
All right,
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. We're done, Mr. Peters.
You'll send me the information, and if I want to rebut it, I can, or
Yes.
is that true?
Yes.
Just to let you know, we put a 30% reduction on your 2 lots for 3 lots for the easement.
Easement. Very good. I appreciate you explaining that. Thank you.
Okay. Have a good day.
The sewer has a big deal too, in the comparison of the other cities, the lots. I
Okay.
still don't understand why the 17 lots that I've got, that's what was appraised last year.
Okay,
Philip,
Phil,
we're done.
we're done here. I mean,
Philip?
we've got more cases to go, so thank you.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
Okay,
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Mr. Jones is here, he has 5 accounts. He did not have his evidence ready to go. In his defense, he said he got on to try to upload it last night to the portal, but after our certification, the portal link is broken. So he's emailing me. I just got some pictures for the first case. And these will be the cases I asked him. He said we can go in this order that's on the list. I don't know why it's so warm in here.
It comes on from time to time, you feel you cool. and then-
When I stand outside, this unit on this corner sometimes sounds funny.
Sounds funny.
Well, yeah. I'm not an
Funny
AC
how,
guy.
when the clown,
Yeah, right. It goes, ha, 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 ha.
my wife never seen Goodfellas and I cannot get her to watch it. She's never seen Goodfellas and she's never seen that Godfather.
Really?
Oh, really?
I've seen
Man,
that.
they've been doing the Godfather marathons for like the last 3 months.
When I was a kid, we had a VHS set of The Godfather and this thing that looked like a book, and my family would watch it the whole thing all at once. And it started like 4 p.m. to watch the entire thing. And I was unaware that they were 3 distinct movies. I thought the reason they were shot so differently is because it was trying to reflect like the change in times. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
old timey in the 80s or whatever. And I didn't realize they were made years apart. They're 3 completely distinct movies. But I think they're great. I can't believe she just hasn't watched them. Her and one of my best friends they're like, nah, I can't get into mafia movies. I don't know why. And I'm like, it hurts.
I've never understood why some people have this real phobia about clowns.
Oh, me either.
I mean,
I'm with you. on that
what's
one.
the deal?
I have a cousin like that.
I mean, I get it, but I don't commiserate with them. I don't feel it. I'm not scared of clowns. I don't think, but at the same time, I don't think clowns are funny. Like, they can be funny sometimes, if they're slapsticky, but like a guy with a white painted face and a red nose does not, I don't think, wow, that's a really funny looking character.
Clowns are creepy.
It's just weird.
Clowns are creepy.
Doesn't look especially funny or not funny.
Another era. Where freak shows were popular.
Yeah.
Now it's like every street corner. Okay. Tattooed lady.
Remember the ice cream shop that was in the Harbor Oak Shopping Center that used to just have these full of clowns?
Oh,
Absolutely full of clowns.
I forgot about it.
Yeah, there's like
I forgot
clowns
about the
parachuting
pictures.
in and clowns coming out of the walls, clowns on motorcycles.
Oh, love that. And the movie theater, missed the movie theater.
Yeah, I know.
I missed that movie theater.
I haven't-
Tuesday. Nobody
Tuesday
was
night.
in there and I could just hang out. Oh, not Tuesday because that's popcorn night, you're right? But
I
I mean,
like
like the
popcorn.
middle of the week, you go to a matinee and you're in there alone. There's nobody in there. There's private screen.
Has anybody been in since I don't know, has it even opened yet? Is the
Oh, yeah.
furniture?
Oh,
place?
sure.
And how did they
I don't
how
know.
do they do the,
I don't know.
I'm really interested in, I have to go in there and look at it because that place used to be a dance hall.
Yes,
And
that was close.
they built up the stadium inside of it, the stadium seating inside there. Pretty substantial amount of build,
yeah,
but I mean, under the flooring, it is just wood frame for that stuff. So it's possible they took it all out.
Huh.
But I'm curious if they did, or
I have to-
what if they have stadium seating for all the recliners? Just hang out and try them out.
That'd be the right thing to do. Put all the things in one place with the screen still up there.
Yep.
That'd be cool.
Movie night at the furniture store.
Exactly. Jackie never went to the Dallas Club.
I'm surprised they have
The what?
the
The
Dallas.
Dallas Club, Dallas nightclub.
Oh, that was right where the movies was, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Before it was back when that was a nightclub, the movies were where the mail center is now.
Oh, I remember that. It was like a one,
A real,
One screen
one
theater.
screen, and then there was that arcade, remember the arcade that was in the corner?
Yeah.
a real movie house.
Yeah, it was right in the center.
when I first moved here, and when I moved from Fort Worth, and so it was like shell shock. That's my mom. I was like in ninth grade.
You know,
Oh, God.
when my wife went from Rockport, she grew up in Fulton, and when she went to college, she didn't think it was weird that she carried all of her laundry in a shrimp basket.
I do.
And,
I
you
use
know, like the
shrimp
big
basket.
orange shrimp baskets.
Really? Yeah.
It's all
She
laundry
always thought growing up that shrimpers were using laundry baskets. She had no idea, and so she was walking
Oh my
around and people were like, what the hell is that? She's carrying a shrimp basket around with all her clothes in it, and they're just like, this person's from like the literal boondocks, like, you know.
And we're just the opposite, of Jackie. We lived in rural Milam County.
Oh, yeah.
And we had like 3 Mexican restaurants that were basically like taquerias.
You're
We
right.
had a Dairy Queen
I do.
and a half Subway, half Texas burger, which is. a simple
Okay,
Texas
yeah.
franchise.
Yeah.
And that's all, well, there was a steakhouse out in the middle of, kind of down by the auction block, but it was a very rural Czech, German,
Yeah.
ranching and farming community. And when we came to Rockport, it's like,
One me.
it's 10 o'clock, let's go to the movies. And we go to the movies, and
Yeah.
it was kind of like, it's just a few blocks down the street, or let's go eat Vietnamese.
Yeah.
Let's go eat Vietnamese food. And we had like all these choices, so this was like coming to the city for us with fishing.
Yeah.
Oh.
No,
Do you remember when the movie theater used to
Living,
be,
coming here was like,
it was in that little
we had
shopping
things to
center?
do.
Right.
We were just talking about that, where the mail center.
Yeah,
is.
it
Yes.
wasn't, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we lived on 10,000 acres in the middle
I
of
know.
nowhere. There was the highlight was, there was it looked like an outhouse. But it was just a clapboard wood building that was the domino parlor.
Okay.
Oh,
it
you
had
know, I
no air
haven't talked to her,
conditioning.
but I might.
There was a welding shop across the road.
Okay.
So I would run a
Yeah.
Cord across.
cord
Yeah, let me
from the
just-
welding
yeah,
shop.
just find out
So
what
they
I heard
run
from
a
her.
fan.
Right.
They
Okay.
sat these old check in and they're drinking beer, no shirts. on,
Right.
down
Sure.
below, all that.
Okay. I'll let you know. I'll
They were
check
just
this out.
farmers, you know, they got done
Okay.
with the did, so they went to the parlor and then drank beer,
Yeah.
played dominoes until it was time to go to supper.
Yeah, all the
Everybody had
years we
supper
lived in
there.
Houston, especially after our kids were gone. We go, wanna go to the movies? No, fight the traffic. Wanna go to the theater? No, fight the traffic. It just,
Yeah.
so we just didn't do things because it was just so miserable. I mean, to me, it was driving 45 minutes in traffic.
Yeah, fun fact, a lot of people don't know, Houston is 30 minutes away from Houston.
Yeah, or more.
And for us, it was a 45-mile drive to College Station.
Okay,
A 36-mile drive to Temple,
okay.
which is in either direction.
Right.
Which is, and 51 or 52 miles to Waco, which we
Yeah.
never did. We just go to Temple College
Yeah.
Station.
And here our HEB used to be more like the one in Ingleside is. That was pretty much what it was like. And then we had David's where the courthouse is now.
We're David's, yeah.
And then there was Jimmy Woods, and Jimmy Woods produce was like a larger and broader selection than the produce section in either of those two grocery
I used
stores.
to always shop at Jimmy Woods.
Yeah, because it was literally just a superior place for
Okay.
produce.
Well, Jimmy Woods was like the roadside stands, you know,
Yeah.
down in the valley,
Okay, yeah,
because that's where his stuff came from.
Ah,
It was all valley, it was all valley.
yeah,
Sold corn and
Background
honey and
stuff.
nuts and all kinds of stuff.
yeah.
Everything.
They had a, so that when
We can always
HEB got
go
put in,
Walmart
like the
and
new
get
one,
the
I
replacement.
mean, that's
But
such a.
it seems like it's gonna maybe come down to this, since there's so much trouble. If you wanna come in and have a seat back there, in that chair, this is Elton Jones,
Morning.
5
Morning.
cases. Had some issues with the evidence. He does have the first case pictures sent, and I've uploaded those. But it's going slow, and I know we have to get started. I have a USB drive here for him if he wants to download the rest of the pictures, but I just don't know what else to do on the evidence at this point.
But.
Morning. We have some administrivia to go through at least once
Okay.
for these 5 cases. If you just bear with me a little bit, I'll ask some questions when we get down toward the end.
Okay.
We're opening a series of hearings on cases number 1769, 1770, 71, 72, and 73. This hearing is being recorded.
Looks like Q1 and Q2, yes, online affidavit. for all
With the
cases.
appraisal review board, they will be hearing your protests today. The 4 of us around the table of the review board, Eamon is the representative of the district. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to PTAD Communications at cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com survey/r/survey-arb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We're going to take this one hearing at a time. I see taxpayer evidence for 1769. Is that complete?
Yes.
1769 evidence is complete.
That's, yes.
Okay. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
Oh, as it, yeah, as it pertains, go ahead. All right, all right.
I didn't do
Yeah. As it pertains to,
it. I so swear as it pertains to case number 1769, 1770, 71, 72, and 73.
okay. And as this pertains to case ID 1769, 1770, 1771, 72, and 73.
And I also, as they pertain to 1769 through 1773.
I didn't do it right. I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. This pertains to case number 1769, 1770, 71, 72, and 73. That's the details. Yeah.
Right, so now it's your turn. If you will-
I do solemnly swear that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And if you'll state your name,
William Elton Jones III. And the case numbers 1769, 1770, 1771, 1772, and 1773.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board to the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for
Val.
cases 1769 to 1772.
Yeah,
yes.
can I have one of those?
I
Oh,
have.
definitely. And Mr. Elton asked me to check, or Mr. Jones asked me to check if I've gotten evidence for 1770, so I'm gonna check that real quick.
Okay. All right, so we're opening a hearing on case number 1769, account 24586.
I've received evidence for 2 more accounts, the next 2.
okay.
Ellen, you have a document under your papers there, I think. That's the procedure we're going to use for the
Okay.
hearings. And you get to choose each time whether you want to go first or the district goes first.
Okay,
Which would you prefer?
in this case, I'll let you all go first.
Okay,
This is account 24586, single family residential home on Bay Shore in Key Allegro. Last year it was certified at 543,270. This year it was noticed at 728,510. The notes do not have a date, but they do say added 15 years for remodel, and updates also changed percent complete to 100% for site visit. So well, there's no date on there, just using my best judgment, at some time between the hurricane and now. There was an effective age increase and it was marked as being 100% complete. The subject is a 5 ST plus, so the comps, this is on the bay side of Bayshore. The comps are going to be, the first one is on Bayshore. It's a 7 SS minus, so it's a nicer, newer house. It sold for $870 in 2020. So when adjusted to be like the subject, it indicates a value for the subject at $757, $816. That ends up being the median value. The subject is a 5 plus. There's a 5 VS plus on Sandpiper that sold for $740. When adjusted to be like the subject is better than this one basically. This one sold for $740 and the subject is just situated better. Indicates a value of $813. And then Fort Edgewater is a 5 class home as well. And it warrants positive adjustments again for primarily because of how it's situated, indicating a value for the subject at $744,000. The median indicated value based on sales activity is $757, $816, assuming the property is correctly described. The equity grid is other homes that are not necessarily sales, just to see if we're appraising this thing fairly or if we're doing anything to your property that we're not doing to else's. The median equity value is $722,113, which is within the margin of error, but does indicate a negative adjustment. The sales ratio report that follows is for Key Allegro, and we are at 99.4 weighted mean in Key Allegro. So we're keeping up with it and what sale prices are doing. And that's all of our evidence.
Okay. So, Elton, you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask him questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer here.
Okay, how do we determine that it's a 5 ST plus? Where does that come from?
That is field appraisal work. So the house needs to be classed really as soon as it's built, but occasionally it'll get reviewed every year. We reappraise all the property. One of the things we want to look at is make sure it's classed correctly. The highest class is 7 and the lowest is 1, average is 4. So anything that is not a box, just a square, is going to end up being a 5. If there's any kind of, it has to do with how it's laid out. Is it how many turns there are, how many exterior walls there are, how many attached garages or rooms, what the roof lines are like, how many openings are in the walls, all those kinds of things. So that's where it comes from.
Okay, and when was it upgraded from a 4 to a 5?
I have no idea.
Okay,
Was it upgraded from a roof?
it has to have been because it was a box until there was an addition made back, I think, in the 90s.
Oh, well, that was before our CAMA software was even implemented. So there's like
Right.
anything before 2004 gets like lost in the mists of time.
Okay. Just curious.
That's okay.
Okay, that's it.
Oh, well, this is your 7 minutes.
About that cross-examination. Okay, yeah, that's my one question. So yes, it's a house built in 1979. It was damaged in Hurricane Harvey. It was purchased because in foreclosure, and I'm not sure what year my father purchased it, 2005, yeah. In foreclosure because of damage and problems then. He put some work into the foundation portion of it, and then the addition suffered significant damage. The addition is just the garage was enclosed and turned into a bedroom. And so the roof line is lower on that side. The damage, the roof was repaired in probably 2018 or 2019. And then my father passed away unexpectedly in, well, it was January 2020, and I completed the sheetrock work inside the house. Although the roof is only 2 years old, I have photographic evidence that it's already coming off. shingles are blowing off and it wasn't a very good job. And then the big problem is, there are two big problems. One of them is intangible, it's the smell. I don't know what had happened with my dad in his later years, but my family and I could no longer come visit him because of the people he was hanging out with, and because he had like 5 dogs and I don't know how many cats living in four dogs, and I don't know how many cats living in that house. And they just put pads down, and then they had big litter boxes, and by big litter boxes, I mean they just had big Rubbermaid tubs, and it was just vile. And so the smell of urine is hard, and it has so far has been impossible to get out. And then secondly is the electrical, and I've submitted some pictures here, but the electrical, about a third of the exterior lights just don't work, and they of those third, half of those were working a year ago, and they just slowly stopped. And even I hadn't been down here in 2 weeks. I went on vacation and I came down here now, and one of the fans and lights in the living room doesn't work. So it's just constant gremlins. And then one of the air conditioning units is out. It is zoned with a 2 zone air conditioning unit. And that's everything I have to present. Oh, the bulkhead too. Sorry. Yeah, the bulkhead too. There's damage there, and I don't know how. You know, it's got shore guard there, and the second picture shows that somehow the shore guard was put in and then concrete was poured, but the shore guard wasn't straight, so it's impossible to get shore guard back in there because the cap doesn't line up with the bottom portion. So I've had somebody come out and look at that, and I didn't get a hard estimate on that. He hasn't. I don't know if you've had this experience. I've had multiple people come out, and rarely do they reply to me without me really poking them. And then I haven't received a single estimate from anybody about anything here.
Tell you some horror stories.
I'm sure.
People who work on bulkheads are basically all the work they could want for indefinite amount of time.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, just rough on that. Do you have anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, I'll just give my opinion on all this. These are all really valid points. I think that our evidence says this place is effective age of 2002, built in 1979. And if these problems were remediated, not if they were replacing things that are better. So, I'm not talking about replacing the roof with a standing seam roof or taking out all the electrical and bringing it up to brand new wiring. But if this stuff was just fixed, just repaired to where you could sell it and it didn't smell weird anymore and that kind of thing, I think that our grid's pretty accurate as far as what this place would sell for. If you put a bunch of money into it, it probably would sell for more, but it basically is in an impaired state. It's the cost to cure these things is what would reduce the current value. You basically have to. You're not gonna sell it smelling like dogs. You gotta fix that. You're not gonna sell it with a hole in the roof. It won't close. The buyer's gonna be like, fix the thing in the roof, and then I'll buy it. So these things need to get done. So whatever y'all think is right on that front.
Okay, anything else? Okay, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
Let's make sure I covered everything. I don't think so. We can. Oh, the one other thing is just to show the lack of thought put into this place. So there's a picture of an HVAC unit there, the air handler, and there's no door on it. But if you put a door, you can't get the unit out.
Right.
It's too small. So anybody has any ideas?
Put a raised door frame when it goes around on the outside of the sheet.
That's what we do.
Raised door frame. I actually really appreciate that.
Okay, anything else?
No, sir, that's it, that's the only thing.
Okay, we'll go to closing. Amy, you got a minute if you need it? No? One more minute, anything? Okay. Thinking 50.
Just our time.
Yeah, roll it back to last year. Okay. It's being generous.
Good. I think.
All right.
That's okay.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1769, account 24586. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, that we reduce the 2021 assessed value from this year's 728,510 to last year's 543,270.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed. Do we have evidence for 1770 up on the system?
Yes, looks like it.
Do? Okay. In that case, we're opening a hearing on case 1770, account 35125.
You need to pick who was first. I'll go first.
Okay.
So this is the White Wing, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so, so in December of 2019, my father went to a tax auction and he bought 2 properties at that auction. Mistakenly didn't know what they were and where they were. And this one had been damaged in Hurricane Harvey and not repaired. And then he had a stroke December 18th that he did not recover from. And, I mean, this place is just a disaster. There's no roof in it. The pictures, I mean, sorry, there is a roof in it. It's got multiple holes in it. I included one picture of the kitchen with a light fixture hanging down and the bulbs full of water. I mean, I thought that was funny when I took it, but it just goes to show, if you look above the cabinets that I've ripped out most everything inside. I have some pictures showing that. I mean, but it's just a shell right now. And the tax value actually increased from, post Harvey by 50%. It was 64.6 after Harvey, and it's increased to 91.9. And it's a shell, and then B, vandals have now gone in and stripped out all the copper wiring. So,
Where is White Wing? I'm sorry. I didn't interrupt you.
So if you go Market Street out to 1060, out
In
to
West Terrace.
35,
Okay.
it's just west of there. It's just about a block
It's
over.
West Terrace.
And I can't tell you. I mean, it's not a bad neighborhood.
That was great.
And
Close to the school.
completely embarrassed by this place. I had a contractor who came, 2 people who said they'd come in and do work, and both of them said the roof had to be done first before they could start anything. And I've had one guy who had his roof sign in the yard. That's as far as he got.
That was
Doesn't
large.
much to keep the water.
Just advertising that he was gonna.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's it.
It's truth in advertising, you never do the work, right?
Yeah.
At least let people know ahead of time.
Right, that the holes in there, you could take some responsibility for.
Rockport's interesting. From that standpoint. Yeah.
27% complete.
About what it is.
It's not flagged out. I'm sorry, that's what you're suggesting.
It's got studs and it's got a.
Oh, I agree, to go back to that. Yes.
27%.
Yeah.
Get ahead of ourselves here. but that's-
You don't.
No, I mean,
Which have full
No,
day.
I don't. I'm sorry.
No worries.
My dad, I love him, but left.
big mess.
You needed something.
The,
I say I have 2 more full-time jobs now.
Would you be okay with 27% of that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it should be 38,000.
You think it should be what?
38,000 for the property.
Okay, what percentage is that, by the way?
I have no idea. That's what it was purchased for at a tax sale last year. Normally, tax sales are not market sales, but in this case, if this thing was a better fixer upper, somebody else would have picked it up from me.
Whatever. What's the percentage of, how much did you say?
It sold for $38,000.
38?
That's 41%.
That's good.
Okay, yeah.
I would go lower.
Yeah,
But
I still go down to 27 or 30.
Yeah.
we're at 47,400. What did you say, 27%?
Yeah,
Plus the land, right, just 25,590. It's 38,388.
okay,
Kind of the same.
27% on the structure.
Okay, yeah, I was
Yeah,
blowing it all in. between.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the only reason your improvement value is changing is because we're doing a mass appraisal, we had changed the whole neighborhood. And as property values increase, even the damaged ones will get readjusted.
38,000, okay,
Yes, sir.
Okay.
all right.
There we go.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1770, account 35125. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, the equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value on this property from $91,950 down to $38,380.
Oh.
I was gonna do 38.
Oh, 38 even? Okay.
My suggestion was the sale price.
Okay, so we'll make it $38,000 even.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
You're welcome.
Aye.
Case closed.
Keeping me honest here.
I wouldn't have said anything, but she was whining.
Well, I wrote it down.
No, you're right.
Look at the difference.
Case closed. Opening case. Do we have information?
We do.
1771? Okay, opening case number 1771. Account number 47729.
If you could go first, because you present the baseline data on the house when it was built and that kind of thing. So I don't.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, so this is account 47729, single family residential home on 5th Street in Fulton. Last year it was certified at 64,090. This year it was noticed at 77,140. It is a 3 FB, it's 620 square foot. It is a cottage on 5th Street, just off of Main there. So FM 3036 is actually Main Street heading to Houdat. Comp sales, okay, so we've got sales of other properties there in Fulton. On 4th Street, 5th Street, Fulton Ave, and 3rd Street. So we're good. In a nice neighborhood. We've got some 3-class homes. The subject is a 3 FB. We've got 3 SSs. The one on 4th Street, but this one's on 5th. Okay, the one on 4th Street is 444 square feet. That's really it. And it sold for $120,000. Indicating a value for the subject at 104,159. On 5th Street, a 3SS that's 1420 square feet, so about twice the size of the subject, sold for 142. Indicating a value for the subject at 86,000. Comp number 3 is a 403 Fulton Avenue. It's a 500 square foot 3SS plus, so pretty similar to the subject, sold for 155. When adjusted to be like the subject would be indicated at 93,000. The difference largely being land. A lot of land, a lot of nice land on that one. On 3rd Street, we've got another 3SS plus, about twice the size of the subject at 144. It's actually an interesting point. If you look at the sale prices, we had 2 that are about the size of the subject and 2 that are double the size of the subject. And the sale prices are 120, 140, 155, and 144. The thing that you're starting to see is there is a bottom to how much a house sells for. And it doesn't scale down to $50,000 anymore. There's just sort of a baseline value of a place to live that we've been seeing the last couple of years that makes the range a little weird, especially on small properties like this. The equity grid is other properties there in this neighborhood. There's 3 FB class and then 1 to 2 SS, so it's small, but it's almost the same size as the subject. Median indicated equity value is 87,930. Sales ratio report for follows for Fulton. We are at 99.9 in Fulton. That's it. That's our evidence.
Okay,
Okay, so what is the difference between a 3SS and a 3FB?
The type of siding. So,
Okay.
excuse me, FB is hardy plank, concrete fiberboard, and SS is wood.
Standard siding.
The difference dollar wise is not too much, but over time, if you have an old house, a 20-year-old house, it's fiberboard, it's gonna sell better than a 20-year-old house with wood. Because fiberboard holds up better.
Okay. And what year was this house built?
This house was built in 1960.
Wow.
Yep.
Cool.
So, I mean, this is actually a nice little cute place. And I think the area is undergoing a lot of upgrades and renovation. Some of these places they're sinking some money into, and they're quite nice. This place has not been renovated at all. There has been a tenant in there living, paying rent $500 a month for 17 years. The pictures I submitted, one of the front, I think, and I think I submitted one of the back, hopefully, yeah, one of the back. I submitted, one of the living room, one of the kitchen showing the ceiling with water damage, the cabinets in there, the light busted out, the bathroom just showing that nothing's been renovated. It's all old. And then there's one on the floor, which I realize is crazy, but the floor has a soft spot in it. So it's giving, and that's problematic.
Human being.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Okay.
It's a
Moisture, not your friend.
cute little area.
That's great.
Yeah.
I see.
But this place has like no closets.
so you get,
I think you're right.
Yeah.
No closets.
That was the thing. I lived in a place that was built right around the same time as this. And that was the style back then because it was like a weekend home.
Fishing cabin.
They didn't want storage space for stuff. So there was like, we had anywhere to put towels. No
Yeah,
closets.
in the bathroom there, the floor shot shows that there's just that one little cabinet there under the sink. And then next to the sink, there is a vertical one but that's actually the water heater.
Right.
And they lived there for 17 years.
She's lived there for 17 years.
Wow.
Yeah. The walls are a little tobacco yellow.
I'm curious, is she continuing to pay rent through the pandemic?
She has been. She's working and has continued to pay rent through the pandemic, $500 a month.
Very good.
but it,
That's it.
okay. So Amy, you got then 2 and 2,
I don't.
you don't need them, okay. You got 2 more minutes for,
I'll send it to you.
okay. Anything to say with closing, you want?
I mean, my only thought was that it had jumped up. I thought pretty substantially, and I mean, I do know the whole area is changing, and I just didn't. I haven't seen the insides of the ones that are selling, and I think a lot of them, when I go by, they've had roofs replaced and they're painted really nice. So there's some really nice little cute places up there that are definitely increasing the value, and I think that could happen to this. But we have to kick somebody out.
I think I just roll back the improved value. Leave the land increase.
He's already 10,000 less than the comp equity grid.
I roll back the improvement value.
Would you? Okay.
Keep the land.
Yeah.
Just take $6,300 off the bottom.
Or it makes it 7840, I think, if my calculator's doing right.
Huh?
70,840.
70,000.
That's his number. That's his number.
It sounded like he's at 70.
70,000.
Sounds are important.
Yes, we have no.
Yes, 70,840, okay.
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1771, account number 47729. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, the equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $77,140 down to $70,840.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. You have been waiting patiently.
Yes, no problem. So 1772 is the next case, which we do have taxpayer evidence for. 1773 is the last case, and I don't have any evidence for that last case. So I don't know if,
That's gonna be 1301 Lowly.
We have.
yeah, we've got some people for the 10 o'clock.
All right.
I don't know, it's at least a couple. It's not.
Oh, it's not 10 o'clock.
So I just wanted to update you on that status. Thank you.
What we do have for the next one, she said.
We do
Yeah,
have
sure.
for 1772. Yeah. Okay. I'm just waiting for Elton to.
We can proceed. Thank you. I don't have too much to say about.
1069.
Okay, so 1069.
We can go ahead.
Yes, sir, we can go ahead.
Okay, opening a hearing on case number 1772, account number 57138. Elton, you want to go first?
No, thank you. I'll send this email with the evidence.
Okay.
Okay, so this is account 57138. It was purchased in 2020 and we don't know for how much. The value last year was 63,810. This year it was noticed at 71,920. Excuse me, the improvements have depreciated. Increase in value is in land value. If you look at the sales comps, the subject does have a 1SS building on it.
I'm
sorry.
Pictures.
A 2019 1SS building. That's gotta be a Dirksen building. You have like a Dirksen style building out there.
So no longer, it is gone.
Oh,
So this was bought in a tax sale. It's the same tax sale that in December,
yeah.
which I'm a little surprised you don't have the value for the dollar amount then. But that building
Yeah, that is weird.
was owned by the guy who was there and it's gone.
Okay, you know what, it might be that, when the deed transactions go through and then the records get processed and everything, by the time we would be ready to plug that number into our system, we were already in protest. That's probably what happened. So we probably have it next month or something. Which is really weird. How much did it get purchased for at the tax sale?
I believe it was 45,000.
45,000, okay. And we have 50 on the land. And y'all can do with that information what you will. I don't think the improvements have any value.
There's nothing there that there's just stuff that needs to be hauled off and thrown away.
Okay.
That's it.
That's it for you? Okay.
I don't think our evidence accurately reflects that these improvements are not, they net nothing.
Okay, okay. So Elton, then you have 2 minutes to ask questions and 5 minutes for your presentation.
I mean, it's just overrun and filled with junk, and all that junk is a liability for me. I just don't know what to do with it. That's my whole presentation.
Okay. Pictures of a mess.
Here's a picture.
Your dad bought all the used RVs,
No.
or abandoned RVs.
Well,
I think it probably came on the property.
Right, that's exactly right.
I mean, that was part of the,
He thought this was a
Purchase.
different area, and then
Okay.
No.
he was all excited, and then he got it, and then he went over there and, wasn't too excited.
Well, just a pro tip that hopefully you never have to use. After the hurricane, when there was so much stuff destroyed. Fire trucks, anything you drag to the road, they haul off. Literally. So people were bringing shrimp boats and portions of old houses and garages and stuff that had been destroyed for a very long time, cars, and they were just hauling everything off. So it was this great moment where you could get rid of all this stuff. And unfortunately, some properties like this didn't take advantage of it, and now you have to pay to get rid of it.
Yeah.
But if we're ever in that catastrophic situation,
Hopefully not. I'd
get
rather
back
not.
in there and get
Yeah,
that stuff hauled to
I'm
the end
tired
of the
of that.
road and get rid of it.
I'd rather this just fall on me and I take care of it. That's the honest truth.
I've lived here my whole life. I fully expect that kind of thing to happen. So
Well, a couple of those trailers don't even have wheels, so I don't know what you do about that.
you just pull them. You literally hook them up to a truck and a chain and you just yank them to the road and they won't make it gone. And in that situation, they'll take anything. I mean, people were pulling their house.
Yeah, those things were,
There was a house. in
those
the-
huge trucks were
Yeah.
impressive with those big black trailers, and it was almost like funeral processions. They would pull up with the big cherry
Yeah.
picker thing coming out of the top of it. They
Oh,
could put-
yeah, I
They could
remember
put all
that.
kinds of stuff in those
Yeah.
huge trailers. It was a mess. Yeah, Chairman's getting that.
He still has 4 minutes left and he has,
I don't
you
know.
have nothing else to present? Okay. Why don't we just go to deliberation now?
45,000.
Take it back to 45.
45,000.
45?
Yeah. So
The, the land value is 50,100.
It's a sale price.
sale price, 45.
45, okay.
Well, just a real quick one for Eamon. The property card has a little carve out for quote undeveloped land. Is that the blivet at the top of the property? I'm just wondering if that's relevant at all.
Probably not. It's just gonna be the back portion of the land. The stuff that fronts the road is worth more than the stuff in the back.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, 45. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-1772, account 57138, and considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $71,920 down to $45,000.
So, second.
All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
I'm just here to let you know, case 1773 is ready to go. We've got the evidence in.
Okay, great.
3 pictures, correct, Mr. Jones? 3 pictures for the
I
last
thought you
one?
said 30 and I was like, I hope not.
No, 3.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Opening case number 1773, account 57401.
Would you like to go first?
I'll let you go first.
This is account 57401. Last year it was certified at 45,170. This year it was noticed at 60,740. There is a mobile home as part of this property. That because it's on a real property card, that tells me either at some point it was homesteaded or it's just been on there a really long time. And it says it was built in 1990, effective age 1990. So it's probably just been on there for a very, very long time. You can see where it is. It's behind, it's in the donut back here.
Wasn't renamed.
It's on Moline, the very end of Moline. Can I see these pictures? How do I see them? Yeah, I'm just showing the area right there. It's looking at the end of Moline, that's the sewage treatment plant, that's Memorial Park. Okay, so the comps that we're using are gonna be in the same sort of area. We have the mobile home sales in this area. These mobile homes look a good bit newer. Oh, there's one on there now. There you go. Sold last year, 5S16, so it's a 16-foot wide. Subject is 14 feet wide. The number on the mobile home, the 3, 5, 4, whatever, it's almost meaningless. It's the size is really all that matters. It's mobile homes. The values are so similar. The That thing sold for 73,470, plus whatever they put down, indicating a value for the subject at 43,000. And then there was a sale on Longoria Road of an old mobile home for 80,000, indicating a value for the subject at 64,386. That ends up being the median. There are two more mobile home sales that are the first two comps. They're closer to the subject, but they're significantly newer. They do get adjusted for that age. But I will point out, by 1990, you've already been at the bottom of the depreciation table for the economic life of a mobile home for a good number of years. As a matter of fact, this may not even have a serial number. It has a label number, okay? Sometimes okay, no, it does. It has a label number, good, okay. So it is registered, it has tags. All right, in the equity grid, our median equity value is 52,500, which indicates a negative adjustment for the subject. And let's see, then there's a sales ratio report for the area. And that's pretty much it. Old mobile home. Before the internet. That's
Okay.
all.
All right. So Elton, you have then 2 minutes for cross and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, I don't really have any questions.
Okay.
I've been in the mobile home once. There's a gentleman my dad had met, and he had working for him, living there with his wife. And then to the right of the mobile home, there's a trailer. To the left, there's a trailer, and there's another trailer to the left of that. And I don't know these people, but apparently there are people living in these trailers on the property. I don't know. I just it has 2 electric meters on the property. I know that. And then it's just full of junk.
Do they pay you rent?
No, sir.
Did they pay father rent?
My dad had the guy who's living in the house. His name's Bill Nyert. He was working for my dad.
Got it.
But you know,
She let him stay.
I didn't have any more work for him to do, and I haven't kicked him out. And then the other people are just, you know, apparent squatters. And I don't know.
Hangers on.
Yeah. I don't know if I just call the police or what. But,
You have to go through court to get them off. I think.
Okay.
You have to,
Sheriff.
yeah,
Okay.
file
To the
a
county.
court, yeah, you go to the sheriff's office. I believe.
If they won't go by their own volition, I guess.
Like a civil case, you have to get quarters.
Have you asked them to leave?
One guy I talked to once, he has a very aggressive big dog. And fence, he's put a little chain link fence all around his little trailer. And no, I did not.
It's kind of hard to tell who actually lives there,
Yeah,
Right.
because it's a revolving door. Just because somebody's there on the porch doesn't mean it's there, that's where they live. When you come by 2 days later, it's a completely different person who's hanging out in the living room. You live here? You know, it's just one of those. I used to live right there. I lived right there after the storm.
Yeah. I mean,
So this part of Moline Street, is it, I don't know where I am right now. Is it back here?
Down that way.
It's this
Go
way?
down this way, turn left, 1 block, go up
Yeah.
to the dead end.
And it just kind of ends right there, turns into a mud pit. The road ends right
Yeah,
there.
it's like,
basically.
there's like holes, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really have anything to say about this place.
Okay. All right, Eamon, anything more from
No.
you or, okay. Elton, any more? Okay. Seems like we ought to, at a minimum, roll it back to 52,500. That's all the district can support in the equity grid.
How long's he had it? How long,
I honestly don't know.
you don't know how long it's been in the family?
That's-
It's only $3,000 worth of mobile home on there. I mean, it's really depreciated.
2012. Bill,
Okay, okay. Yeah, it's, I mean,
Yeah.
it's a lot of work.
Yeah.
Right, a lot is worth something, and the other thing is
52.5.
problematic to me
I
is
like
that
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1773, account number 57401. I'm considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal equity value. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $60,740 down to $52,500.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. I'm glad it all worked out.
I apologize. So, yeah, Bill.
Hey, no worries.
And we have one case so far on the 10 o'clock. If you'd like to take a break, that's fine. It's gonna be case number 568.
Bottom of page 4.
By the way, the file renaming thing works great.
Yeah, that's what Beth was saying. So,
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad we'll do that.
So, yeah, I noticed you've been talking about that. So when you upload stuff, you change a file number, so it doesn't do this.
Well, when they name the file to be put on the cloud,
Right.
you know, normally they've been using like CAD evidence and stuff like that for every case.
Oh,
So you get 20 files with the same name up in the cloud. They're in different folders, but they still have the same name. So on the tablet,
Taking care of the neighborhood or.
he gets mildly confused with the caching and stuff like that, and that's why we get him flipping back and forth. But she's putting the
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and they're all
prop there
really
in
nice.
the file name,
And
it
like the
forces
people
it to
across
be
the way,
different.
Okay.
People, they're also super nice.
It's
They're
rock
really
solid.
kids, But they just don't have the, they don't have the means that. Okay, they've got like a bajillion kids and only one income.
That's your okay.
No, that's not the problem. I'm addicted to those. Bill, no one's introduced myself. I'm Bill Duck. By marriage, I saw next to you, thanks for not bringing it up.
Bill,
Duck.
Duck.
Yeah, Paula Dean is my sister-in-law.
Okay.
On
The one
your,
on
on your neighbor.
Bayshore? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
We're still dealing, well, until, I don't know what month it is, to be honest with you, but until about 4 or 5 months ago, we were still fighting between tooth and nail for dollars. And so we couldn't really do anything, and now we have a cancer. It's just in the family. So we're right now in the middle of MD Anderson, trying to get to MD Anderson at the end of this month. So anyway, that's my excuse.
So I'm a radiation oncologist in San Antonio. So.
Oh, are you?
Yes. So, what?
Good to know. And I need, and the reason I wanted to introduce myself was to thank you for not bringing that up, because it's a little embarrassing to me. But also I want to get your telephone number, because we don't know how to get in contact with you. So a lot of times there's things that happen, and we live here full time.
Okay. 210-887-6808.
So one of the things I was going to mention to you is I've got a friend, he's an older fellow that lives in Fulton. Well, he lives actually at the corner, almost at the corner of Henderson and one of those side streets. He's 70-something years old. He looks like he's about 80 years old.
Okay, yeah.
And he's losing his house November the 1st. His landlord said, yeah, and he has nowhere to go. So if some of this,
Okay.
I'll give you my number. Actually, what's your phone?
Yeah, if you
I'll
just
just
text me
dial
to
this.
that number or call me, either one, yeah.
I'll send you a text, yeah. Yeah, it's good to know you.
Yeah, it's good to know you. Yeah, It always felt funny about going over there. Then I pulled out a tree not too long ago, so I backed the truck in on that side and, I don't know. You hate to go on someone's property without knowing who they are.
We always had a war with the guy that's squatting in your trailer. We always had a war with him over, there would be like, they'd be working on your house and they would be like lined up and in ours. So I'd have to go over there and tell them, move your stuff, please stop. This was back when it was a nice house.
Yeah.
It used to be a great house. But not anymore. So anyway,
Well, hopefully it will be again.
so what's your specialty?
Radiation oncology. So I do a lot of GI. Well, I guess I do a lot of prostate, head and neck, and then some GI.
She had back pain for years, and then for years she was having like her ribs or like she pulled the muscle that just hurt all the time. And our family doctor kept messing with her, taking X-rays and looking at this and looking at that. Turns out the big epiphany was when they did a CT, it's a CT, and they saw the little rat bites all over her skeleton. Yeah, so at the end of the month, we go to
That's good. Get therapy there, or they'll give you guidance to therapy. Okay.
we're gonna do a stem cell transplant. So we find out what the schedule is for after the fall, so that's our
Okay.
fall that we get now.
All right.
All right, so I'll send you a text.
Okay. Thank you so much. Really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Good luck.
All right. Yeah.
You guys are coming in.
Appreciate
luck.
it. I appreciate your time.
My dad left us a mess when he died. Not like that.
His dad was a character.
Oh, really?
Nothing like this. His dad was a.
You
Yes.
want
No,
to hide him behind the
He
door?
was a.
You want to jump out and scare somebody? Almost didn't see you.
He
Just herding cats. That's all.
reminds you of every day.
I just made more coffee. We don't drink coffee. do you?
Really?
We don't drink coffee. do you?
Absolutely sounded like
You know,
him.
Yeah.
He was just had
Oh.
a little voice. And he was little bit.
Gotcha.
And he's rad. He surrounded himself by
So the
some
right-
very sketchy people.
Right, worse than I
think
did.
they thought.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Shall I bring the Edmondsons back?
Oh, gosh.
It's
Yeah.
case 568. It's gonna be Ronnie Young.
So I made more coffee, so it'll be ready in just a minute.
Yeah, probably gonna need that.
Just made some more. Mhm.
Two chairs back here. There's this one.
Got it.
And this that one. This is Thelma and Ron Edmondson.
Nice to meet you.
No worries, must be a scuba diver.
Got several of them at this table.
Really?
Charlie used to run a boat out of.
Yeah,
Honduras.
yeah,
Rotan.
Yeah, Ron is a coast watcher.
Oh, you know this guy.
Oh, yeah, I knew him. You know, I mean, I have participated in Coast Watchers for quite a while.
Got it.
But I
Yeah,
taught.
You know what
scuba
coast
diving for
watchers
10
is,
years.
don't you?
Huh?
We watch the coast to make sure nobody takes it. And it's still there, so we must be doing a good job.
Very good. It's the lunch group, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I attended just a couple of those before the storm.
Yeah, I had a friend that wrote that. Brent Belshik.
I lived there for 10 years.
Did you?
Roseanne.
He was there in 92, 93, 94. I think he died in 95 or 6.
And I got there in 98. Okay, we're opening the hearing on case 568, account 60270. This hearing is being recorded.
And under protest is Q1, Q2, and Q14, incorrect damage assessment rating for property qualified for temporary disaster exemption.
I don't understand that.
That's just what was marked on the protest form.
Oh, okay, all right. Then that's, okay, I got it. now. I read
Okay.
that.
Okay. I have to go through a script,
Okay, fine.
courtesy of the governor. We, the appraisal review board, will be hearing your protest today. The review board is the four of us. Eamon is the district representative. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-arb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of the hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value, goes out by a snail mail, and it also includes instruction and information about how you can continue to appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
I believe so.
Okay,
Do you have the Aransas County Appraisal District evidence?
yes,
We have
Okay.
that too.
That's all I was concerned with.
yes. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagger, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Okay, Mr. Edmondson, you can go ahead and read this aloud and insert your name.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And Ms. Edmondson, now you may do that.
I do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
And I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Ron, I'm obligated to ask you if you have a Texas appraiser's license.
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Now,
And
do you have this in your?
Yes.
You do, okay. And yet, this you weren't supposed to have.
Okay.
But that's all right.
Ron, you get the procedure
Yes. I get
is right
5
here.
minutes.
You got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And you want to go first?
I don't care.
You, Joyce.
Yeah, I'll go first.
Okay,
Okay.
carry on.
What, I'm gonna tell you that the appraisal of my property, about it. And the information that the appraiser provided on this form here, maps and
Okay.
everything,
Property card.
is absolutely technically correct. Except for one thing. The comparable sales method that he used, properties weren't comparable. And the income approach to value, properties were not comparable. And the reason is that my property floods after every heavy rain. I didn't know this when I bought the property. I didn't believe it after Hurricane Harvey, but it persisted after the hurricane. I mean, I didn't think it was anything odd that it would flood after Hurricane Harvey. But since then, it floods. And you know, they used two methods of of appraisals to run at my value. One is the comparison method and the other is the capitalization of income method. And for the capitalization of income method to work, it's just like when you invest your own money. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. And so if you have a great risk, you have a high cap rate. If you have low risk, you have a low cap rate. They used a cap rate that was much too low for this particular property. Appraisals are an opinion of value. And the government appraiser, the county appraisal district is not able to go out and individually appraise every single property in the county. They have to do overhead photographs, drive-bys to make sure that the area is fine. They're familiar with the county properties, but they don't get to look at every individual one. And that's just the law. I mean, it's not, I can't find fault with that. By and large, they do a great job. Looking down from above, the aerial photo of my property, the property looks really good, and it looks like it should be more valuable than it is. But if you look at the pictures that I provided to you, this is an annual occurrence. I bought the property with the intention of putting my own personal boat barn on it. It had a building on it. And the building that it had was made with contractor scraps because the contractor was using this property as a storage yard. It blew down in Harvey and I replaced it with a building that was prefab that I bought out of Tyler, Texas, and it was installed in one day on the existing slab. The boat barn, I got building permits for both buildings. Neither building permit gave me an elevation that I had to meet. The property is not in a flood district. It's not designated as a flood plain or flood area. But you can see by the pictures that it floods every year. Now, the problem is not the appraisal district. They don't necessarily know that it floods because they don't go out and look at properties in inclement weather for this purpose. The problem is with the drainage at Fulton and Aransas County. And it's easily fixed. If you look at the pictures, you know, they look good. You look at the overhead picture that the county used, that one that you on your screen right there. You'll see that just to the side of my property, there's a retention pond. Retention ponds are usually to catch the rush of water after a storm, store it until it can be released into the drainage system. But this doesn't drain. The city put a new culvert under the street. It still doesn't drain. And I've got pictures to show that. So I can't blame the appraisal district. I can't blame them at all. Their mathematics are correct. But
Need to stop you there. You'll have more time later
okay.
to speak. So,
Do you
Amy,
want to pass this up?
you've got 2 minutes for cross and 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, so I have two questions for you. One is, you purchased this in 2017?
Yes,
Okay, and there was only one of the two metal buildings on there.
that's correct.
What did you buy the property for in 2017?
Well, when I've looked at this property for a long time and somebody had put a bunch of poles with meter boxes on.
Mhm.
And I thought, man, what a great place for a little RV spot and a boat barn. And I bought it for my own personal boat.
Right.
And I thought, well, I can rent out the back. That'd be
Yeah.
great
Right.
for storage.
Would you be willing to share with us what you bought it for in 2017?
I don't think that matters. does it?
Okay. Well, you don't have to tell us. I'm just asking. I just need information. The other thing is the rent that you gave in your evidence what you're leasing the property for. Is that for, does the leasee have both buildings or just the
No,
front?
no. I assigned a value of $200 a month to the boat barn that I use myself. Nobody
Okay.
else uses it.
Okay,
I had a boat barn that blew over in Harvey
Okay,
before I built this one, and I was paying $100 a month for that. This is like 2 times as big.
okay, okay. And your RV hookups, is there like septic for those or is it?
Oh, yes, there's septic for those,
Is there septic for 4 of them or how?
for 5.
For 5,
Yes,
okay, cool.
septic for 5.
Yeah,
but-
that will be cool whenever you get those done. That's
Well,
that's great.
if they weren't underwater, they would be great.
Yeah, yeah. You gotta stub them up and stuff.
I've got it. There's a trailer on there right now that a friend of mine has just parked there. You know, it's
Yeah.
not occupied or anything. And when it rains, when it floods, the septic system quits
Okay,
because it has a pump in it.
okay, so you don't actually have anybody leasing the front building or anything?
No, just me.
Okay, it's just you, all right. Well, I agree with your number, your 81,526. In your thing,
Yeah.
I agree with that.
81,000 what?
526.
520. You good?
Is that the end of it?
It can be.
You can. You will accept that.
We agree.
No. I mean, that's what I want.
We agree.
Okay.
You know,
You
like I
agree?
said, it's not the appraisal district's fault. They didn't make a gross error. They just didn't know. And if you don't know something, you have to go with your best bet.
Go with what
Okay.
you have.
Well, thank you guys very much. I
Okay,
appreciate
hang on,
it.
hang on 1 second.
Hold on,
So,
hold on.
so I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-568, account number 60270. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, Q2 the equity value, and no evidence was given for the incorrect damage assessment rating. So I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $168,630 down to $81,520.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Now we're done.
Well, thank you very much. I didn't even get to do my conclusion.
Save it for next year.
I will. I mean, I'll be back if the drainage isn't fixed. Thank
Good
you,
to see you
guys.
again, Ron.
You too, Charlie.
All right, that concludes our morning dockets, and we don't have any letters to be read.
Okay.
We do have 2 possibilities at 1:30, 2 possibilities at 3 o'clock. I don't know if you want me to maybe contact the 3 o'clock, see if they want to come in earlier, or is that?
Wouldn't hurt.
Yeah, if you want.
Yeah,
Wouldn't hurt my
I'll give it a
feelings.
try.
Yeah.
Okay,
All right. Or
and
anybody
we'll
else.
see you back here at 1:30.
If you can, Val, if you can get a hold of, I forgot his name, the guy with Ancient Oaks, LNL New Ventures. Has he been radio silent? It's a VPP account at 1:30.
It's not settled? Let me look.
No, it says H.
Okay.
Yeah, I was curious, what's the status? Where it
They're
says
just not
H?
an owner. I
A
mean,
hearing.
Hearing. Oh, okay.
they're just not an owner, Eamon. The new owners have already filed a VPP. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. It's under South Rockport or something. It's a future owner.
Yeah, LNL New Ventures is the old,
Mhm.
right?
Right.
Are they, is it really gonna show up?
I have no idea. Did you want me to do anything?
Yeah, just let me know if you hear from them.
Okay,
I
sure.
mean, you can probably settle that pretty easily.
All right.
You just need to close it because the new owner already went there. It's simple. I just can't get a hold of anybody.
Yeah, also,
tried
I
and
mean,
tried.
I would argue it should be 0 because we settled the real property and the sales right. Yeah.
All right, we'll see you at 1:30. Thank
Okay.
you.
Hey, you get a long lunch.
Yeah, right. We don't, y'all do. I am, but I won't be here tomorrow, just like y'all won't be here tomorrow, so. No. Well, we will.
hopeful that that's something that will be addressed because we're the last people to get pumped out to that pumping area. And so there is steps when the tenant, I went in and each of the bathrooms has like a gallon of water just in case, to be able to have, if they lose power or whatever, they kind of, if we're going to live there, you prepare for that. But all the other property, and we are the lowest part in Rockport. And so, eventually I'm hoping that they decide, we'll fix this area. I mean, it's a beautiful area and they're doing a lot of improvements. But my house happens to not have any type of, road or that kind of thing, which, but I'm hopeful that happens eventually. And, and I would assume when that happens, property taxes will go up.
So the property was noticed at $494,490. It is a 5FB, and it's a built home in South Rockport. And you can see the picto of where it's located. It's on a larger lot. The flooding, as she was describing and it's shown in her pictures, is on the road primarily and on that kind of the sandy area out in front of it. Is if you look at the pictures, you can see that there, not necessarily on the driveway or under the home from what I can see. Let's look at the sales. There were a number of sales in the area, 5FB plus on South Austin Street and South Magnolia Street, right in the same general area as that, similar size. They're a little bit older homes, but sales prices $473,000 and $377,000. They're on significantly smaller pieces of land. These are 5,000 square foot lots versus a 26,000 square foot lot. So there's a difference there. Then there are two other sales here, 371,000, 365,000, and these comp out to a median sales value of $495,611, which is slightly more than the market value that we have on the home, and slightly less than the purchase price of the home. On the equity side, there are several homes, and they're 5FBs in the same general area, and those as those comp out, those show that that value would necessitate a small reduction of about almost $15,000 on it. And the rest of the information that we have is mainly the sales ratio report, and it shows that in South Rockport that we are at a weighted mean of 101.01. That's it.
Okay, just hold on just a second. Ma'am, is this a duplex?
Yes.
Does that make a difference in the comparison?
It does not.
I do know that the one I've been trying to get appraisals on it. There's no comps in the area. At first they went out 50 miles to find someone that would do it, and I kept going out trying to find. We spent 3 months, and every person that does appraisals said there's no comps in the area that we can use for this house.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So there are sales in the area of houses. It is a duplex. My understanding is it has 2 kitchens and the appropriate number of bathrooms for each of the units. And it's set up with a kind of a front door on either side of it. And but it's in our case, I mean, we're comparing it out to other similar homes of the similar square footage, not as a duplex, not to other duplexes.
So just like a house, you'd be looking at it from class, from age, from amenities to.
Right.
Okay.
That's how we looked at it and compared it like that, because I would agree with you. There are a still duplex like this in this area that I don't know of another sale of one.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you.
And that is the reason why I said when we bought this, we knew we we would have to do, if we decided to sell it, we would have to do a cash only sale because we tried to do every resource we could to be able to have a loan on it. And if I was to sell it, I would have to take a big price reduction, and because cash only sales generally are, you get them for less.
Okay, Sean, you have then 2 minutes for cross-examination and 2 minutes for rebuttal. So I'll give you 4 minutes if you need it. You don't have to take all the time, but you've got more time to speak.
I appreciate everybody's time. What I had stated, the fact that I don't have any questions. I'll just say that.
Okay.
But the reason it is, it is a beautiful area. And, when I do assume that sometime they're going to say, okay, let's work on this area, because the pumping hasn't been updated in that area. It's very low. My driveway does not, the driveway doesn't flood. The house is pretty good. It's just the bottom. You wouldn't be able to drive a truck out of it during those flooding times. So I guess I'm looking, I'm just saying that if that hasn't been updated in that area, unlike other places, and so I expect that to happen in the future, or I hope for that to happen in the future, is updating, but that is one of the reasons that I decided to come to this hearing, is because of that part. I know it doesn't affect the house because they built that, up. My other thing was the fact that I wouldn't be able to get I get what I paid for it. And the homeowner before tried to sell it for quite a while. It was on the market for a long time, and he had no choice to either continue working, but he had someone that was finally working with him that he offered us the 0% interest. So those are the two things that I wanted to bring to your attention, and those are the two reasons why I know that the value of the house is less than what I paid for it, and the only reason I paid for that was because of the interest free, and I wanted to bring that to your attention. I don't have any other evidence or anything. That's
Okay.
just what I came to say.
Okay. All right. Scott, you have in 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
Only thing I would say is that the property owner knew of the issues with the home and the flooding and so forth. When she purchased the home, and she did pay $505,000, not unusual for properties to transact for cash. It's I don't see that as a big impairment. But still, with that, my evidence does show that there is a warranted decrease to $480,000.
All right, we'll go to closing. Sean, you have 1 minute. Any final thoughts to tell us?
I appreciate your time and consideration. So thank you.
Okay. Scott? Anything?
No. That's it.
Okay. 480. Okay. So I'm going to make a motion then on case ID 2021-2070, account 8820918. When considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal of the equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $494,490 down to $480,190.
480.
190.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. You'll get
All
a
right.
document in the mail confirming this.
Well, thank you, and thank you for not having me buy a plane ticket and come down. I appreciate the phone call as well.
Okay.
Okay.
Have a great day.
Have a great day. Bye.
Bye.
If I read right, somewhere in Minnesota before that.
Previous owner might have been in Minnesota.
some of those documents were the previous owner.
Actually, there must be some relationship. Well, maybe not.
I wonder if he built it on spec. Because it was supposedly done in 2019. It's not
Yeah.
that old.
Honestly, I'm thinking duplex on stilts in South Rock would be kind of great looking investment property.
Yeah.
I mean, 500 grand, that's not unreasonable. I
Yeah.
think we'll get a couple. I would think.
Yeah. If you wanted to, yeah, if you wanted to put one on VRBO and have one long-term rental, there's all kinds of possibilities there.
Oh, yeah, you could do that. Good stuff. I don't see the problem. I do see the flood, but that's all of South Rock.
Yeah.
The other appraisers, were they trying to find duplexes?
Apparently.
Must have been.
But there's rows of duplexes all over. They're not stilts, but there's rows of duplexes on, I just still call it 70, but it's that.
Yeah.
that
We're gonna
street that
move to
comes
the
off
3 o'clock
line,
docket now.
goes all the way
That
through the
concludes
market.
the 1:30.
Dozens of
Okay.
duplexes.
And we have case number 2259.
There's still 130.
No,
No,
this
three.
is 3 o'clock.
Okay.
Oh. No. I had to do this with the. I just had to do.
You just have to do it.
2269?
59. Last name Oker.
Oh, I see it.
Ocaer.
Yeah, it's right above 69. Okay.
Tell Scotty did a good job on that.
Ready for me to bring him in?
Sure.
Come on.
Cool. First. Cool.
Yeah, this is all new for us too.
Oh, okay, this is, oh, okay.
All right, so you'll be in that
Interesting.
chair back there. This is Brent Oker.
How you do?
Hello, Mr. Oker.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Mr. Oker, we have some administrivia to go through before we get started. If you just follow along with me, I'll ask some questions toward the end. We are opening a hearing on case 2259, account 61906. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q12, incorrect appraisal or market value of land under special appraisal for ag use, open space, or other special appraisal.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. This is the review board, the four of us around this table. Mike is representing the district,
Yeah.
and the lady behind the curtain just works the computer. We are appointed to perform.
Pay no
an
attention to
independent-
her.
We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-ARB. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created, which is our determination of value. It will be mailed to you by snail mail, along with some instructions and some information on how you can appeal the ruling if you don't agree with it. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes.
Thank you. The ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66 or have.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Great, go ahead and read that and search your name.
I, M. Brent Oaker, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Sign it now.
Yes.
My name is Michael Zito. I do solemnly swear affirm the testimony I shall present to the Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Mr. Oker, I am obligated to ask you if you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
I'm sorry.
Do you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas? Thank you. The document that's under your glasses case is the procedure that we'll use throughout the hearing. There are two major columns there because you get to choose whether you speak first or the district speaks first. Which would you like to do?
I'd like to let the district speak first because I've never done this before.
Okay.
I'd like to see.
In that case, Mike, you have 5 minutes.
So you've never done this in this county or other counties?
Anywhere, no, sir. I felt obligated to do this because I'm, trustee for the trust.
Okay. So, so our evidence is going to be on our evidence at the very bottom of that list. Comp sales grid doesn't matter because market value, just straight up market value doesn't matter because the only thing that it protests is Q12, which is the productivity value. So that you can see that the productivity value as assessed is the appraised value, which is $386,450. The overall value for the market value is $530,960, but the productivity that's left is $836,450. The way that you arrive at that on page number 1 of the card is you can see that we have our ag tables. And this is all under 1D1, which is special appraisal as it deals with productivity value. You can see that the very first table is a farmland AF2. You can see that the second one is an AF3. The first one is 228 acres in change. The second one is 179 acres and change. Those both have respectively $406 per acre ag unit for the first one and $294 for the second one, the AF3. Go to the next page, what you'll see is 2 other land tables. You'll see another AF1, which has $589 per acre, and it is 20 acres. And the last one is 357.90 acres, and that is also AF1 at $589 per acre. On page number 3, you'll see page number 3 of 4, you'll see another 20 and 10 acres piece respectively, and those are both AF1. And then if you move on to page number 4 of 4, that will also show you that is a 1.05 acres, and that is no ag apply. That's just a singleton acre out residential, I guess, by itself. That's not ag apply. On the next page, you'll see the pictometry imagery for the subject property. It's 61906. So this particular piece is 816 acres and change. It's to the far north portion of the county. In fact, if you look at that pictometry imagery, you'll notice a dotted line that kind of traverses from the southwest to the northeast, and that's actually the county line. And so it's the very far north part of the county. The next page that you see is the actual imagery, not the imagery, the soil map congruent with the actual different soils that are in that area. I don't think you've heard but one other case in relation to ag, and that was a native pasture situation. This is more of a farmland. It's an irrigated, or maybe not irrigated, but it's a farmland that's maintained in a different fashion than just cows wandering in the native pasture. This is different. This is highly maintained. My thing glitched out, so give me a second here. Moving on, you can see the map legend associated with all those soils. And then moving forward from there, you can actually see page 21, you can actually see the breakdown of all of those. So you have Aransas clay, you have the Narda loam, you have the Ficton clay loam, you have the Victoria clay, 1% slopes, and then you have the Victoria clay depressional. And those all have different percentages of what's called the AOI, which is the area of interest. And if you put those percentages in the associated with those type of soils, you're left with those clays being allocated to a certain number of acres associated with that. So what you do is you move on, and then you got the ag valuations for Aransas County Appraisal District 2021. I'll finish up with my presentation, but basically that's where the soil values came from. Is that last document?
Okay, so Brent, you then have 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask him questions, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Well, I think that's what it is. It is what it is, but I've got a different way of figuring it based on other things. And some of those things that you have were based on cash rent. This farm is, and all my other farms are on shares. That way we ride the river and we have a bad year like this year. They don't have a big rent bill. And some of these farmers are operating on a narrow margin, and if they have to be a big cash rent and have a year like this, and then have their equipment also mortgaged and all this kind of stuff, they could be going bankrupt. And some of these farmers do that way. I try to ride the river with them on a share basis. So I'm not talking about these cash rent things. I think they have the highest cash rent is $70 that they found, but the survey on that was very thin. There's very little response on your survey, if I remember right, looking in there. And I think that $70 is way too high for cash.
Okay. Anything in particular you'd like to show us with your evidence here? Okay.
Numerous.
There's a lot. Oh, I'm not. Yes,
Yeah, you
okay.
still have 5.5 minutes if you'd like to
Okay, what?
share that.
I'd like to pull up that picture, that Oswell Farm picture.
Okay.
And I don't remember which one it is.
Is it presentation 1 here?
Probably that's it, presentation 1.
Is it on there?
Yes,
Is
sir.
it done? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is an aerial view of the property in question. It's about 1.5 miles wide and about a mile north. And the little yellow line going up, that's Kelso Road, and it divides the poorer soils from the better soils. The block on the right was put off into a separate farm by the USDA Farm Service Agency, and it has one farm number, and the larger block to your left has another farm number. And I have the exact acreages from the Farm Service Administration there in Refugio. On the far right side, the adjacent property is the Aransas Wildlife Refuge. Running along the boundary there is a big, deep ditch that drains the land about halfway to Austral, along with another ditch right down the middle of this other block on the left-hand side. And that drains all of that down into the refuge. The refuge also joins this property on the south side. And it drains into something they call a Bergantine Lake. It's a Bergantine Creek. The elevation of this property is, according to Google Earth Pro, on the north boundary is about 10 feet above datum, and I assume that's MSL. And then along the bottom, the south boundary, the elevation there is between 6 and 8 feet. I talked to my tenant that was farming this place yesterday, and he said they measured 80 inches of rain this year, causing substantial loss of quality and quantity, so forth. But anyhow, the Bergantine Lake on the refuge is currently backed up onto the property. The south end of this property is now lake property. It's now underwater presently. The refuge is currently trying to get approval to clear off the spillway on the dam that holds that Bergantine Lake, but it's a government bureaucracy, and they've got to go through channels to get permission and money to work through there and clear the wild growths and junk and whatnot out of that spillway so that it will do what it's supposed to. I don't mean to imply that this unusual year happens often, but it highlights a regular pattern of lesser flooding and prolonged excessively wet soil conditions that tend to stunt the growth and make timely field work difficult to achieve. And I'm not allowed enough time to go to the enclosed presentation thing, but it details where I got the figures from and some of the comparables. I'm talking comparable ag values. And I've got the one that from Refugio County above that little blue line. And I've got several of them from Nueces County that I'm quite familiar with. And I believe these to be comparable value for production. And I'm real familiar with that Nueces County land. I farmed it for a number of years myself. The increase in this valuation is largely due to former conservation reserve land, which is on the east side of that Kelso Road. We lost our conservation reserve contract with the Department of Agriculture because the tenant I had at that time was greedy and bid too much to renew the thing. And so we lost the contract. And so we went ahead and plowed it back out again because the conservation reserve has to be cultivated before it goes in. Otherwise, if you can't just put ordinary pasture land in there, but this conservation land has been plowed out and turned into cropland, which greatly increased the value of that property according to the appraisal. And not that it's going to be making a lot more money, but this is thing, and he's doing it according to the dotting I's and crossing the T's. All the data that I have in that other presentation is pulled off of the Department of Agriculture, exact acres.
Okay. You can stop here. But you have some more time later.
Okay, fine.
Not out of time yet. So, Mike, you have 4 minutes then, 2 for cross and 2 for rebuttal.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Let me,
We're up to 4 now? Okay.
I'll continue with my presentation. So in this presentation, we left off with, these are the soils that were done for the subject property. They comprise many things, and that's how we arrived at the certain classification. So in our agricultural land valuations for the appraisal district, you can see that on page going to be on your tablet. Honestly, 15, 16, 17, 18 of 21. So you'll see the dry farm cash basis That's the DC, and that's where we're getting our AF1, AF2, and AF3 from. The subject property owner in his evidence, and I don't know that he talked about this, but he formulated his basis and basically said, hey, I think that, you know, my acres are gonna be this much per acre, and the total number of that is 276,736. So he hasn't presented that as of yet, but it's in there. It's in its evidence. It was 276,736. Now understand that in our basis right here, we have a assessed value of 386,450. And that's based off of the soil survey that we have here, 386,450. So if you're looking for, that's a high marker, his is a low marker. It's going to be somewhere, you know, if again, this board can decide anything they want to decide. I'm just giving you a high and low basis. During this back and forth, Mr. Ocker had conversations with me through email. I put him in touch with Troy Draper, who helped develop this soil survey schedule. They had some conversations. Based on Troy's recommendation on their conversation, I actually reworked his acres based on information that he provided for ditches that are basically wasteland. It's not like an irrigated cropland like rows. It was just like a ditch. And so, and maybe some, I don't know all the conversation, but I'm just getting bits and pieces.
He's a good teacher.
From Troy, that, hey, this stuff to the bottom may be not what you think. Having said that, the number that I worked, because 21 values, which are what you're hearing today, and 22 values are identical for the short near term, I actually worked the 22 card to see what the change would be based on Mr. Ocker's information to Mr. Draper. The number that was reapportioned was 346,880. 346,880. Now that's the number that Troy recommends that we go to based on the conversation of the different apportionments of the percentages of land, because some of them are wasteland. And so they're not full on dry cropland, they're something other than that. And again, I'm going off of conversations that I had with Mr. Draper. You can maybe confirm that or deny that or whatever. But the 346 is kind of where my mind is wrapped around. But and there was an opportunity prior to today's meeting for a sign off at 346, but then Mr. Ocker's here today, so we're here between the 276 and basically the 346. I wanted to bring that to your attention, and it all has to do with so that was 4 minutes.
Yeah, it was 4 minutes.
I'll
Now
stop
you
right
got 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Well, that's a thing that it was. My point in rebuttal of this is my evaluations are made on comparables. That what they're doing for the same type of ag value down in Aransas County, and what Troy himself, I presume, was doing on the upper end of this very same property. And if you find in there what their Aransas County valuations were on that's prime property, it's a high property across that northern portion. And so actually, I think comparables are probably more accurate than the soil type tables, because like I said before, this land is wet all the time. We get a lot of rain up there, and it's hard for them to get in and work. And I know what it'll make, and I know what those other lands down there in Aransas County will make. And if you use for some of that cultivated land, the refurio valuation on that north portion, I think that's a good comparable for the better quality land on my other calculations. I guess I ran into some of my own time right there too.
No, you've got time, sir.
Okay.
So it's that strip.
Got a few seconds left if you need it.
No,
Okay.
well, I think that if you review some of the things that I didn't have time to put in there, that's in my testimony here, the written things, but when you get to pondering some of this stuff, I think my value is a whole lot better than it was. This is an increase of 111,000 over 2020. The one that I'm touting here. It's not more than double like Mike's.
Okay. Mike, you got 1 minute for closing.
Yeah, it's hard to wrap your mind around all of this with such a short time. The biggest reason for the biggest increase for Mr. Ocker's property or that he's representing has to do with the fact that a large portion of his land was improperly, in years past, was improperly scheduled at a native pasture. Like too much of it was native pasture, not farmland. And so you know that there's a big disparity. Everybody knows that there's a big disparity in the value of the price per acre from farmland as opposed to native pasture. And that was one of the biggest changes. After having conversations with Draper, I think that number is 346,880. Mr. Oscar's presented 276,730. You get to decide anywhere in between.
I have just a real simple question.
Sure.
How does the numbers that we're talking about here relate to what we have on here? Because it says,
I'm guessing, and let me take a stab and see if Mike can verify it. There's the line that says ag use, and then the line that says land, and I think those two numbers added together are what they're talking about.
Yeah, that little piece of where there's a shack there, they got blown away.
That's the few acres.
Yeah, that's for $600 some odd dollars. It adds on.
So
It was a little different.
the 539.80
Few dollars.
is relevant?
The 539.60 is the market value. What's in question is the 385, hang on.
Yeah, ours says
770.
385,
Right.
770. And you were using a different figure.
Well, I think it's,
385, what we have is 386,450 as the assessed value for the whole. And really, what's in question is really the productivity value. So if you're looking at this thing, you see the 385,770 number,
Yes,
that's really what he's petitioning. Is that fair statement?
Yeah, I'm protesting that, yes.
Yeah.
okay.
That's what we pay taxes.
And that,
We don't pay taxes on the market value.
and that is the number that you're saying is somewhere between 276 and 346,880.
Right, right, the 346 really is the readjusted after conversations with Mr. Ocker number.
Right.
So really, our soil survey number is 346 after conversations that said, hey, why did I go up so much? And you can give him equal time, but this is important. But after going up so much, why did you go up so much? Well, in years past, you had too much native pasture. You're not native pasture, you're farmland. And you go, okay, but it's not as much farmland as you think. So, we went to 386, but now after conversations, we think it's 346,880. And I'm going off the conversations with Mr. Draper.
Right. And so what we're ruling on is the ag use,
You're ruling
value,
you're ruling on the ag value.
the ag value.
Okay. And you can give him equal time for whatever, because I went over my minute.
I grant you that this calculates by that soil type method. And I don't have any problem with your calculations, but I think that method is not very good on this particular piece of land because of productivity problems. And even Mr. Draper's valuation on that part that's in his county over there is evidence that my calculations are correct based on comparable things there, comparable properties and what they produce down in Aransas County. And all that is in evidence here. And it's explained out in that long, my 15-minute thing that I didn't have time to
It's
put
taken
out.
into consideration, it's very slow.
So, the only thing I can comment on, my wife and I have farmland in San Patricio County. And Mr. Ocker's right, the farmers, they typically go by shares or by cash rent. Typically it's shares. And although farmers know what productivity is, they're aware of various pieces of land, they don't tend to rent land or share land on the basis of soil type. I don't know if that's important or not, but they just don't seem
This is a very,
to do it that
The
way.
bottom line,
very
how much does it
technical
cost me to
approach.
Yeah.
put a, plan?
This
Yeah.
is similar to the same discussion we had on that other ag
Yeah,
property. you know,
Yeah.
And approach and stuff like that, and what it's used for.
Yeah.
and so on.
You don't want to pay
this has the
big dollars
interesting,
for poor land
For Portland, right.
or percentages of poor land. But you've already done that research a long time ago. Said, yeah, I want to farm this. Just tell me what it costs.
Well, this particular property is evaluated in 3 different blocks. It's got the good plowed up cropland and the lesser cropland that's east of Kelso Road. And then it's got this other stuff that never will be, because it's down there next to the refuge, and it even has some stuff that's designated wetlands that you can't even plow now. And right now it's part of Ricky Lake.
You put that in CRP. Yeah.
Well, you can't do that.
You can't put it in CRP?
Well, if you look at.
No.
at the-
I mean, it has to be
schedule
plowed land
here of their
in order to
farmland,
convert it and
Oh,
take
got
it
it,
out
got
of
it.
plowed land.
Got it.
In order to
So
put it
that
into
three
conservation.
three
reserve.
types
I
of.
see.
And this
soil.
was, this
And-
east
and
of
look at the values
Kelso
here.
Road
One's almost $300.
was
600.
farmland, and it was sorry
Not
enough
farmer.
that they didn't, but they were willing
I'm
to
not
take
sure
that
The best.
other money, that
Twice as
was
productive
$26 an acre, and divide it
as
between
the
the
forest land.
farmer and the landlord,
I
and
couldn't even
then
begin to get.
the rent on that could be about $9 an acre.
You have,
And
you
he'd
have
get
a
about $18 an
guy who
acre to go out there and
well-versed in
maintain it,
this
keep it mowed,
business.
keep the weeds off.
came up with a value.
But this is how poor that
I
land
can
was at
put a
that
lot
day
of
and time that they
credibility.
made
I
that
do
choice.
I mean, he's an expert. He
And
knows
as
what
far
he's
as productivity, and then,
I want to see how it
we've got a
compares
real
to
good guy
that
working that
silver.
stuff up there now, and but even that, you know.
So you
we turned it
supposedly
into
got
crop insurance, yes.
Some, this
Oh,
area
yeah.
here
Tough year.
is Refugio
It is.
County.
But it's been underwater so much.
And
up
he
there.
was using
This
that
year,
quote as
like I
as
said,
a comp,
I'm not saying that this year happens every time.
which
but
has pieces of
all the time,
these
you have to be on the
different-
ball and work that stuff.
different
when it needs to be
qualities
worked.
of land per se.
Yeah.
And I'd just like to hear what he has to
Can't
say
do
about
that.
how he
You better go home.
used
Yeah.
that section as a comp against the rest of the stuff.
All right.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir, please.
I'm looking at the plot. You'll know when you see it, but you had mentioned, if I heard you correctly, that you had looked at these 3 areas here, since those are in Refugio County, is I'm correct?
Yes, sir.
And you used those as a comp, so to speak.
Yes, sir. That
against-
we have the appraisal from, and the acreage from Refugio County.
Okay,
And it's in the what's my word?
your evidence.
Which one, sir?
Well, it would be the Refugio County appraisal, just like you send out sent everybody, the one that comes out.
Is it under like supporting documents?
believe
Yes,
so.
sir, yes, sir.
I believe so.
Under the supporting documents.
Which,
Appraisal support comparables with documentation, maybe. Let's see.
And it also has the Nueces County evaluations in there.
Yeah,
Well,
I see that, yeah.
but Nueces is to the south, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, and that's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's
I
probably.
was gonna say Nueces looks like 40 miles to the south.
Yeah, right, and that's why I was interested in poking at these, because if I'm hearing your descriptions correctly, the quality of this area is comparable to that sliver.
Yes, sir.
and The quality of
Yes,
this
sir.
area is comparable to this sliver.
Yes, sir.
And the quality of this area is
Is
comparable
core.
to that, to this.
Well, maybe that little corner up there, no, this was, I'd say that maybe that up. It's hard to say where that county line actually is, from this thing, and you might have to get a surveyor to put exactly where the line is. But,
So I'm looking at
we're talking about mostly, this whole block is, I've touched something.
That's okay. That's no worries.
I don't know how to use these things.
If you want to use the.
No, I was pointing rather than trying to move it.
Yeah, right. You could use the pen if you wanted to point to something.
Just a minute.
So,
Here you go.
yeah, I just wanted to be clear, because like one of them, it actually is in, it says Refugio, Texas, and it has 179. But the ag timber value is what, 34,000, is that right? 34,440, is that where you're getting?
Yes, sir. I mean, if you, that's what you're looking at, may I see what you got?
I think
I don't know if that's I did recording protocol or not. Oh.
this one right here, is that the Refugio one that you're referring to?
It
says Refugio.
That's it. Yes, sir. That's the value.
Actually, I'm looking at.
And then you got to divide it by the acres to find out how many acres, how much per acre it is.
We don't have Refugio.
That's what,
Yeah, this is-
I'd be
that's
real
what Tori's
curious.
calling it.
Right.
Yeah, this is like,
I've got your pen.
this one piece is showing
Side of the paper.
like ag timber value
Just side of the paper
34,440
value.
at 140 acres.
Right.
That's like 2.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's kind of where I
Which
was
is where you're
trying to
headed.
head in my
Yeah.
mind.
And all I see is
Hold on.
Nueces County,
Below
not
what-
Refugio.
Yeah.
You've got around 400 or something.
I got more than that on some.
It's not in that file.
So there is one
But
here.
you try and put that in there. He may want to go
Ag
back and
timber
change it for
value,
Aransas.
39,620 for 140 acres.
But that's what I'm saying, comparables rather than this soil thing.
It's $283 an acre. And the category is D1, same as what's my case. And so.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know, you got the 276 number that he reported, and you got the 346 when corrected. So
Right.
It's like I said, it's still 111,000
I
over
go
what
with
it
the
was last
346,
year.
880.
That's what I'm going for.
I'd go with 346, 880. It has the
It is, I was trying to find, Robert and I were trying to find the Refugio County
Can you tell them that?
appraisal information. Was that in any of the files that you were looking
yeah,
at, Mike?
page 2.
it was under supporting documents, appraisal support comparables. And then you go down to,
It's on the Oasis. I didn't see Refugio.
Yeah, there's
Yeah.
this review.
it's like page 4 or something like that. Robert looked at it a minute ago. He did a calculation or something like
Yeah,
that.
their ag value is 283 an acre for D1F. So what would just asking the question, Mike, just curious, what would Aransas counties be for an equivalent?
If you just took the 346 number,
No, just on a per acre basis.
okay, let me do the 346, because that's what it is.
Okay.
880. Hang on. 340. Divided by 816.86. I got 424.
A little bit higher.
Hmm.
If we're comparing, I think we're comparing apples to apples there.
Yeah, the hard thing is that you have different schedules. So So the AF3 is 294, which is really close to that number. But the AF2 and the AF1 are much higher. And then, of course, the AP2 or AP4 is $52 an acre. And the AP2 is $67 an acre. So all of that brings that number down, you know. So the average is 424.
Those last numbers over for pasture lands, right? Not.
Yes,
for-
those are for ditches and stuff like that. So,
Okay.
And
So
I
you-
put them at $58.
yeah, I think we got 52 or something, 52 or 67, depending on which one it is.
I went with the higher value on that wasteland. Just try to be in the ballpark.
So you're still taxing then the ditches and things
Yeah, but
at a
just
much
a-
lower rate.
Yeah, for sure. And
Oh, I guess, okay. We've got to
from
tax
like, if you
some of
consider
this.
the AF1 is like 589
Yeah.
and the ditch is $52, you know, it's 10 times, a factor of 10.
10 to 1.
And that's taking, that's the 340, that's the resultant 346 number.
Yeah, I guess that's where I am too.
246,880.
And Jackie, you're gonna have to just put a note in and I have to do it. 'cause-
Okay, I just text Scott, I was like, because I remember he had texted me one time about how to do it, so just put a note.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to do it. It's
Okay.
just make sure you write down the number in the notes section. The productivity value is 346,880.
Okay.
So we're basically going from 386, 400 to 346.
Where the market value.
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2259.
Let's see what he calls it.
Yeah, keep me honest here, what I call this one, or call the tax. Account number 61906, when considering Q12, which is incorrect appraised market value of agricultural exempted land,
Kidding me.
that we lower the ag taxable value, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. From 386,450 down to 346,880.
Second.
Yeah, I will second, but I don't know if you need to be a little more specific.
Say productivity.
Productivity value
Yeah, so that it includes the ag use and the land.
and that little piece of land.
Yeah.
Okay. So this, I moved in that
Other
we
districts get rid of that little thing.
lower the productivity
Nobody's not paying
value.
anymore. Never was. paid.
386,450 down to 346,880.
Okay, I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Okay, we did it.
Good stuff.
I'm obliged to do it for the trust.
Yes, sir.
So, may not agree with you, but that's what it has to be. It has to be.
Yes, sir.
Thanks for your time.
Educational.
I'll go down and visit my new lake. I hadn't been down there since COVID started. I got lakefront property over there.
Yeah.
Don't let Mike find out about that.
No, I won't tell him.
The,
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, just make sure.
Leave it open.
Yeah, just
Just leave it open.
save what you got. I guess you close the hearing, like you close the meeting, right?
You got.
Because it's,
Good job.
oh, you're not recording here anymore. We're not recording in the system, we're just recording over here. Okay,
I'll just get out of it. I put it in the appraiser notes
okay, good.
and I put it in the
Our
supplement
next
history.
case is gonna be 2269. We're adding in a few more pictures and it's in person.
Okay.
Is this a 3 o'clock one?
This is the 3 o'clock
Down
talk.
below.
What did you say the name was?
It's Matthew
Nichols.
Schulte, even though it's under Nichols. And I put in the appointment of agent and then some letters that were done to kind of show the
Matthew.
trail there.
Okay.
Matthew Schulte.
Schulte,
Okay.
SCHULTE.
That for a piece of dirt.
Yeah, I know. And you just made it so complicated.
Still gonna lose a pile of money this year.
Are we taking a little break?
Sure, yes.
Good.
Yeah, what started out as a promising year for farmers is not ending up that.
No, I don't see anything. Even the cotton, I think, too wet feet.
Yeah. There'll be some
Root rot.
some, yeah, I'll say okay cotton, but yeah, it's just been too wet this year.
Yeah, the price won't be anything.
Actually, the prices are great.
Are they?
Oh, yeah. Cotton is, last time I looked, was still close to 90 cents a pound.
No kidding.
8 cents, something like that. Corn was 320, 340 a bushel, something like that, which is not the $4 it used to be, but it's better than the 280 that it got down to. So yeah, price is actually pretty good. My wife always comments when I say that. She goes, "Yep, good crop, bad price. Bad crop, good price." And so it kind of works out.
Yeah, my buddy. That shared some stuff, and he's an attorney, and his brother does all the work. His brother runs the farms.
Okay.
And the attorney shops the programs to make sure that they're in everywhere there's a pot payment, he makes sure that he gets
Right.
involved.
Right.
And he called me out of the blue one day and said, I just want to tell you that I made 10 million pounds of cotton. I said, really? And he said, yeah, don't ask me about the price. It was just, I made 10 million pounds of cotton. And it sounds like such a huge number.
Right.
That I just had to say something.
Yeah.
I was like, well, congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably still lose money, but it's okay.
Yeah, 2 or 3 years ago, cotton prices were really low. They were like 50 cents, 60 cents a pound.
There's so many factors involved in Brazil and Australia that screws everything up.
Yeah.
I grew up, in fact, I was a year behind the guy that eventually ran W.B. Donovan Cotton Company, which was the world's largest cotton buyer.
Okay, I've heard of
Cotton
that.
merchant.
Yeah.
Billy Donovan he set the world price year after year, after year. Whatever the price was, he set it.
Yeah.
And they're completely out of cotton business. They have completely gotten out of it. The old man got too old. And Billy, that's a year older than I am, he was a year ahead of me in school. He said, man, let's get out of this and get started doing some other stuff. So they do a lot of consulting, and they do a whole lot of other stuff. They virtually trade almost zero, where they used to set the world market.
We use a company called Cow Cotton out of Bakersfield, California. Many of the farmers around here, at least around the center.
Is that good? Is Bakersfield a good cotton area?
Yeah.
Do you know that?
I don't know.
Or do you
that.
think that's just what they?
I think that's just where it happens to be where they.
Bakersfield is a big oil and gas company.
Yeah.
That's huge oil, and it's right. It kind of seems to me like it's right on the edge of the desert.
It is.
Because it's so bleak looking.
Yeah, it's right at the bottom of the bowl of the valley.
Yeah,
Yes, exactly.
it's a big oil and gas.
Yeah.
In fact, there's Oilville or Oil Town or Oil something.
There's lots.
It's like a suburb of Bakersfield called Oil.
Oh, yeah. I know.
Oilville, or Oil Town or something. It's a good place to go get beat up.
Yeah.
Go say the wrong thing and go walk into a bar and say the wrong, order the wrong beer.
When I worked for both Arco and Chevron, but especially for Arco early in my career. They had several gas plants, natural gas processing plants, so yeah, they had old production. Most of it's still really old stuff.
Does Arco even exist?
No, they got bought up by BP 2001 or 2, 3, something like that. Yeah, they still have a marketing arm and name, but BP
Interesting. Yeah, I was gonna be, that was me
Wake up.
yesterday. That was me yesterday.
I think these early morning, late nights.
I like the early mornings, but that 3:30 that you're talking about, that's crazy. I
Oh,
like to
no,
walk in the afternoons,
we do both.
like the extreme heat. I kind of like it.
We go walk right after work too.
So
At
when you
the
go to,
track.
when you go to the school, do you do the bleachers too? Oh, come on.
like on Front Street on, which is 25888. It is near, it's like only one lot, if you will, away from the bay. It has been cleared. It also had oil tanks on it. It was abandoned, the oil tanks were on there, abandoned about 40 years ago after speaking with them. Comp 2, 821, which is or 62491, I believe is the, that one has been improved, and it has pads, it has a pad on it, it has electricity, and it has a septic system, and it has a wooden fence on it. So as you had said, the land is raw land. So and then on the 1515 East, no, that's me.
117 North Palmetto.
Yeah, 117 North Palmetto is abutting, and I don't know if that is raw land or if it is part of the land that is to the there is a house back there. There's a house that is just on, and I can't tell by just making a quick drive through. I don't know if there's one next to it, or because at one point the family.
If you're talking about this on there, this is those two properties. If you're talking about that is a barn that goes with this.
Right,
house.
and that's a commercial property here.
This one is a commercial property here. This one is not.
Is that the one right next to it? Yeah, it is. It's got a sign that says fishing guides or whatever.
But that barn goes with this out.
Right.
On here, but we don't believe that there's anything on that property.
Okay.
And when it was
So
sold,
it's not part of it. I
raw,
think it
so-
may be that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And the 1501 East Main Street is that the one that it is just down? Okay, 805. I'm sorry, I don't have any notes on that one. 805 to 817. That's valued at what is the value of that land? Is it 144,670, and the total of those lots equal less than thus we're $26,000 short on that?
It is, but it's only 62,900 square feet.
Okay.
That's what the difference is that it's showing, this is just showing that those are on a land table, and it varies based on the value. The value is the same, but the value per square foot is the same, but the number of square foot may change.
Okay, so is there a limit for people that, and this is a legal thing, is there a limit for people who are over 75?
If you're saying, is there some sort of exemption for them?
Correct.
There is an exemption for people who are over 65. If you're homesteaded.
Only if you're homesteaded.
If you have, and this doesn't, this property is growing.
All right, and then the one on Lakeside, I believe, was another one that was given in this packet here. That one is when I'm looking at the values, I guess what it comes down to is when I'm looking at the values of these pieces of property. If I was to come down and build a house like the one that was built, and the two brothers used to own that property, actually owned that whole block, but they, to build a house and try and build it to where I'm competing against land market values that are 50 cents, 57 cents up to, $1 or $2 with a house on it. Right, so those would be houses that would be on the market at the same time. I'm looking to build a vacation house for my family. It puts it above what all those houses are listing for, or and if they're commensurate houses. So I think it makes it nearly impossible to build a house with today's market. You said the one next to me is 170, but I don't think that you can build a house, and I
The
want
one-
to develop it
The one next to you, meaning the lot with the house on it.
with the
right next
house
to
and
it.
everything
It's
else. to it.
exactly like it. It's the same value. The
Is
land
it?
is exactly the same value for the exact same size. I mean, it's,
Right, but it's cleared and it's been completely cleared. It has utilities installed, so it may be the same, but the property is not the same.
all of that is in the value of the structures that they've added to. I mean,
That's in the value of the
added-
structures.
That's in the value of the structures is showing that they've added utilities to it to use the structures. That this is just talking about just the land.
So when you're talking raw land, you're not, so if hypothetically, I was to run, if we were to have sewer or electricity or anything, that goes under improvements. It does not go under
If you
land
add
value.
sewer, if you add those things to add like a spot to put a mobile home or an
RV or
RV,
whatever.
then yes, there would be some value to that for the infrastructure that you added. There would be some value to that.
Okay, and what about clearing and all of that stuff? And then does this property, and this is a good question for that property, does that property have sewer or not?
Is that property? It's very doubtful that, I don't know anything on sewer. If it does, it's on the, Lamar Improvement District.
We need to move. So
Go ahead.
you'll have some more time later. Scott, you
Yeah.
got 2 and 2 if you need it. Rebuttal and cross-examine.
The only thing I have just to say is just that this property really compares well to, there's nothing on these other two pieces, this 65567 and 65566, that recently sold, and they're the most similar piece of land. That's like this, they're undeveloped, they may have a couple of trees or some trees cleared from it, but it's raw land there, and it's sold for substantially more than per square foot than this one did. And it has some of the value, like we talked about, being decreased for the part of the land that is less valuable at the rear, because just what you're saying is,
Right.
If you were to cut it up into pieces, this one ultimately will never be as valuable as something that if you had it stretched out the other direction.
Correct.
You could cut it
Road
into
frontage.
maybe 5 lots or
Right.
something like that. And
Right.
this one, 2 maybe, kind of like this other one, it can be cut, it is 2
Mhm.
lots. You can maybe cut this one into 2. That's why it's also similarly valued, even though it's more.
So I'm sorry, what is the square footage of those 2 individual parts?
The 2 individuals that are.
The width is what I'm looking for.
Oh, the width of it. Well, the width of the ones that sold,
Yeah,
I can't do.
okay,
Jackie, can you tell him that? I don't know.
I'm sorry.
65567.
Just measure one of them, what they are.
You want to know 65567?
Dimensions.
What's the dimension?
Just like the width across the front, across Palmetto. It's like 80 feet.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotta look at the comments.
84?
And that's 1 or 2.
It's probably right at 80. I mean,
For one of those, it'd be 160 feet. So it'd be similar. Imagine yours is a little bit larger. Than the double of that. That's fine.
Okay. So Matthew, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it. We'll go to closing.
Just in general, I think that this property has been in the family since the mid 1800s. Okay, all of this property. That property has simply just not been touched. I don't know. I know that we allowed the city to put in, or the county to put in, a drainage thing that runs across the easement in between. It's in the pictures actually. It's kind of near the fence line or the electrical lines. I want to develop this property. I want to do something with it, both for my kids and my nephews, as something that could be a heritage property, you know, I'm not looking for anything big. It's kind of, it's tough to swallow when you look at the value, and I feel like it's high. I understand the one that you're talking about, but the one that's right next to it being valued at 170, when it's already cleared, it's already ready to go, if you will. And I'd have to probably put another 50 grand into it to get it to where it's ready to go with building, putting in a driveway and all that stuff. So I'm requesting that we lower it based on, you know, comps and you know, some of the sales in the area. I know you have that one comp for 185, but there's other homes that are on the market today for the value of the land is less money, and it's currently lists less money. Like, you know, like I'm saying, there's a lot of them that are based at 70, you know, anywhere from 20 or 30 cents all the way up to $1.20 on the comps. I don't want to say, I don't know what your vernacular is, the actual sales, the confidential sales.
Listing versus.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Scott, you got a minute to close? You need it?
Sure. I'm not sure what exactly you're talking about, because I don't know what these listings are. We will provide sometimes information about listings, like if your property is listed, it's relevant to that. Other properties being listed, if it was the one right next door, maybe so. I don't know which ones they are. What I can say is one of the things you said resonated, and that is that you have given an easement, or it looks like the east side of the property.
Yes, sir.
And that certainly would be a reasonable adjustment to take something off for that easement along the side. Is that a 10-foot easement? Is that what it is?
I don't know the width of it. I apologize. I just don't. Because I don't know how far it goes. I know it's clear.
It looks like it's the whole length. I see the clear. I mean, again, I have a copy of the picture of that on here. That is what you can see.
Right.
But it looks like there's something cleared over there, and so some sort of adjustment for that.
And I'd like to switch to 74 cents.
You've got 1 minute.
And the 330 to the other way around.
She could measure if we want to get more exact.
What do you think?
5%.
5%, yeah.
Our time?
Yeah. It's our
Okay,
time.
just, and Scott, you may have already said this, the one next 49637, the land rate is the same.
The land value, I just know this from our discussion
Right.
at the top of my head. I believe the same land is exactly the same value.
Yeah.
Okay. So consequently, just 5%.
5%.
Across both segments.
On both
Would
segments?
you
or
do
just
both
one?
segments?
Oh, yeah.
Because it's,
It goes.
It goes.
All the way through.
Yeah. Yes.
however, yeah, it's not a tedious calculation. It's the two segments are added together anyway.
Right.
195
5 times
Oh, true.
178
Yeah.
162, 260. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-2269, account 49636, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $170,810 to $162,260 based on 5% reduction due to the easement.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done.
Okay. Thank you. So, and just for my own curiosity, since I've got an expert guy here. So which of the pieces of land is are they like stacked, like one is along the front and then one is here, or are they two long skinny pieces?
For your,
Just
the value, I mean, the way yours is separated out.
yeah.
I'm making the assumption from looking at it, I mean, I took this for
And
just a
nothing
couple of
more.
minutes. while I
Right,
was doing
I got
this,
you.
And it would appear to me, the only way you could value it that way, $3, like if I were going to buy it, I would pay $3.30
That's
a
it
foot
for
for the
the
front.
day.
I wouldn't pay that for the back. And that's the only reason I can say that. So that's the only thing that says, or someone has already taken the easement into account. and that's the
Okay,
easement.
so,
So that could be what happened. I'm just giving you the benefit that the easement is not taken care of, because I didn't hear about it.
No, I
And I
understand.
didn't
So
see it in either.
I
so-
would like, I would like that, address that issue, because if the smaller piece is considered the front part, right? Then that means that part should be $3.30 and the back part should be 74
So
cents.
the larger piece is the front part.
Oh, the larger piece is
is the more expensive part.
Okay.
It's that. And the thing is, and I would tell you that it's not the easement, because the place next door is valued the same. They
Right.
seemingly don't.
Motion to adjourn.
So.
They're telling me
They're telling me that it's not the easement.
I'll second.
So the easement is just.
All in favor?
Aye.